Good evening. I'd like to welcome you to this work meeting for the West Jordan City Council, June 8th. We have Councilmember McConaughey, Councilmember Whitelock, Councilmember Green, Councilmember Worthen, Councilmember Jacob in with us. We have Councilmember Bloom on Zoom, and I am told that Councilmember Pack is en route. So we will begin tonight with our Fairway Estates Special Service District. So I need to have a motion.
I move to approve the minutes.
Oh, no, I need a motion to go in first to the Fairway Estate, right?
This is a brand new meeting.
You can call to order.
You can just call to order.
Okay. All right. I'll call to order the Fairway Estates meeting.
I'm going to move to approve the meeting minutes, May 25th, 2022.
Second.
We have a first by Councilmember Green, a second by Councilmember McConaughey. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes 6-0. Now I'll open the public hearing to receive input on the final budget for Fairway Estates. If you are here to speak to this, please come forward. If there's anyone online that wishes to speak to this, please raise your hand. Okay, seeing none, I'll call the public hearing to a close and bring it back to the council for a motion or discussion.
I move that we approve the final budget for the West Jordan Fairway Estates Special Recreation District for FY 2023.
You want to do that with your mic on? I'll second.
So if I can just, this is public hearing only. There's no action for this. There's no resolution.
Oh, okay. Then I'm going to withdraw
your-
the motion. Is that okay, council member or board member? And I'll move that we adjourn the Fairway Estate Special Service Recreation District and move to the Municipal Building Authority meeting.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Melissa's your second. We have business item of approving the minutes.
Move to approve the minutes for the meeting minutes for May 25th, 2022.
I'll second.
Melissa's. We have a motion by Councilmember Green, a second by Councilmember Worthen. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We'll now open the public hearing for the Municipal Building Authority budget. If you're here to speak to this, please come forward. If you're online or on telephone, please raise your hand or push *9. Seeing none, I'll call the public hearing to close.
I move that we adjourn the Municipal Building Authority meeting and convene the meeting of the Redevelopment Agency for the City of West Jordan.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Green, a second by Councilmember Worthen. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
That motion passes 6-1.
That means we need to have a roll call vote.
Yep.
I said down the last one too.
Oh, you know,
Did? I didn't hear you.
yeah, he did.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, Cindy, we need to do a roll call vote.
And then we probably need to go back and reopen the meeting and take a roll call vote.
And Chair Whitelock, it would be appropriate to note for the record that Councilmember Pack has arrived.
Thank you. So go back to the Municipal Building Authority and do a roll call vote.
Vice Chair Green,
Yes.
Councilmember Bloom.
Yes.
Oh, I mean board member. Board member Jacob,
Yes.
board member Worthen,
Yes.
board member Pack,
Yes.
board member McConaughey.
Nay.
Chair Whitelock.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passes 6-1.
That was for the,
That's for MBA. And we'll do an adjournment for FES, is that correct?
Yeah, we better do
Or
that.
do we need to?
We're gonna need to do,
Board Member Pack,
Yes.
Board Member Bloom,
Yes.
Board Member McConaughey,
Nay.
Chair Whitelock,
yes.
Vice Chair Green,
Yes.
Board Member Jacob,
Yes.
Board Member Worthing.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passes 6-1.
Did we do the redevelopment? So I'm going to move that we adjourn the redevelopment agency and convene as the West Jordan City Council.
Well, we haven't done the RDA yet.
Haven't we done the RDA?
No,
Thought we already did that.
no, we haven't. So,
Okay,
so I'll now call the redevelopment agency meeting to order.
I'll move to approve the minutes. I'll move to approve the minutes then of May 25th.
I'll second.
Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none opposed, I'll say that passes 7-0. And open the public hearing. If you're here to speak on this, please come to the lectern or raise your hand or push *9. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the council.
I move to adjourn the redevelopment agency meeting and convene the city council meeting.
I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Roll call vote, please.
Board Member Bloom,
Yes.
Board Member Jacob,
Yes.
Vice Chair Green,
Yes.
Board Member McConaughey,
Nay.
Board Member Worthing,
Yes.
Board Member Pack,
Yes.
Chair Whitelock.
Yes,
Thank you. That motion passes 6-1.
thank you. The next item on our agenda is fiscal year budget 2023. Is there anything anyone wishes to discuss with the budget?
I've got a couple of issues, but I'll wait until anybody that hasn't been to the previous meetings, if they want to weigh in on anything on the budget before I take my shot.
Council, sorry, if I may add, Becky is here to kind of review it real quick, and then you can have the dialogue if that.
Actually, what I was going to say is, do
Okay.
we want to have Becky give us what was discussed at the last meeting and changes that were made? Could you give us a synopsis of?
Yeah, I can definitely do that. Just wanted to kind of walk through the process that we've already been through a bit and review those changes that we have made. You can see there is the kind of the calendar that we've been following with a few work sessions. It was originally presented on May 11th, and you, as a council, adopted the tentative budget on May 25th. Throughout those work sessions, we've tried to incorporate the feedback and changes that you wanted to see. So tonight, again, the work session on June 8th to make attended any additional amendments or to review these amendments for the tentative budget, which will be accepted and on June 22nd, at which point and adopted as an amended tentative budget. And then July 1st is when that would become the operating budget for the city. But we do want to point out that you still have the ability to amend the tentative budget again anytime between now and the public hearing in August on that tax increase. So if there are things that have we feel were important to change, during these next few weeks of June and July, if you want to have that, that is certainly doable. It would just require a public hearing. So at which point we would come back to you with a resolution to amend the tentative again. That public hearing on the tax increase and the final budget would be is scheduled for August 9th, and then you would adopt that final the next night at your regular council meeting. So if you go to the next slide, there'll be the list of change pages that we have changed. And the packet that I handed out tonight has the summary sheet of those changes. So we'll go through that in just a minute, but those changes feed into those general fund summary pages. And then on the right-hand side there, you could see each of the departments where you had requested dollar amounts be changed. So if you go to the next slide, thank you. There's other kind of more narrative type changes in those performance measures that we had missing. We've updated from previous years where we had information and clarified that which ones will be starting to track it for fiscal year 23. Other various miscellaneous chart reformatting and such. But the bulk, I think, of what you want to see will be on this next page. And on the chart that you have, this would be page 17 about changes to the budget, but you can see there on May 25th, when you adopted the tentative budget, you did so with a decrease in property tax revenues of $823,000 with the intent to retire early the sales tax revenue bonds at $1.4 million. There was also a change made on the courts department for the judge's salary. And as that was entered in, there was a clerical error. So that's why you see that $100,000 decrease in that column. And then right next to it on what is proposed for your amended budget on the 22nd, we're correcting that error of 100,000. And then below that in that yellow column, you can see each of the departments. So for council, you requested a decrease in the professional and technical services, the training, the travel, department supplies. And of course, all of those changes feed into allocated operations as they feed through the utility funds. For the mayor and administrative services, the annual report was moved from the mayor's department to administrative services. And then there's also a change there. You can see for grant wages, that's the CDBG grant wages that are covered by the administrative services staff. Also economic development and public affairs items that you had requested at last week's work session. Okay, so that's what we have so far. If we go to the next slide, there was also a request given indication that you wanted to include more planning for future growth of the city. We did update the assumptions for the 5-year plan. So on the revenue side, it's estimated between 5 to 6% property tax revenue increase each year. That would include both the new growth piece as well as the inflationary increase if needed. And then on the expenditure side, it's included another $100,000 plus 3% each year. And that would cover additional staff for police officer, firefighter, streets workers, parks or events workers as well. Okay, next slide is this information that we got from the CDBG award letter just recently. And so we're including those changes here in this amended column. The revenues were lower than we expected originally. And so you can see each of those project amounts and how they will be adjusted to make up for that difference. Are there any questions on those?
Why was that? I'm going to ask the dumb question. Why was the funding less?
I actually don't know the answer to that one. I know Denise is online if she has an answer. Otherwise, we can find out from Lisa and get back to you.
Councilmember Green, it was the HUD award was unknown at the time that we prepared the budget, and we just received it last week.
So I think we were just basing it off of
It was just reduced.
Yeah, basing it off of what we expected it to be, and it came in less than we thought. Thanks, Denise. Okay, next slide. As we move on to the utilities funds, obviously when we make any sort of line item changes in the general fund, those can feed through to the allocated operations costs. And so that's what you'll see here on these sections for water of 21.7 thousand. And then there's information on that change summary for each of those utility funds. So sewer, solid waste. And you can walk through these slides. Sewer went down by 4.9 thousand. Solid waste was about 3.5. Stormwater on the next one, like again, 4.9 thousand. And then if we'll go to the last slide here, we did make some changes that were requested on the dumpster rental fees. I just wanted to point out that in the consolidated fee schedule, we planning to list it as an effective date of January 1st, 2023. That's because those dumpster rentals can be reserved starting January 1st for any point throughout the year. And so while our other utility rates will change or are set to change in October, the solid waste dumpster fees will not take place until January of next calendar year. And then other fees that I know that were brought up and discussed, it had mentioned to go to a committee and be presented for your further review before that October 1st date where they take place. So that's what we have in terms of review of what we've included so far in the amendments. I guess if there's any other questions or discussion, now's your time. Thank you.
Questions? No, just it's workshop. So if you have a question, now's your time. Go ahead.
So with the dumpster rental, we had some conversation about potentially modifying that. Was that nixed?
I think that's going to be part of the fee waiver ordinance that we're going to be working on a little bit later this summer.
And the fee schedule in general, because we had some thoughts on different fees when we last meeting. So
Cool.
So not here, but not forgotten.
There are a couple other items I want to address with the budget that aren't in there, things I'd like to potentially add. Would you like to hear that now or after others have had a chance to weigh in on stuff?
I don't see anyone else. And now's the time. But if you will just give us the page number of the budget so we can follow along.
It's not in there.
Okay.
So
Oh,
it's
okay.
things I would like to see added to the budget that don't exist.
Oh, okay.
Number one, I would like to see us add a position for a grant writer within the city, not just CDGB, but somebody who could be kind of the point person for all the different groups that are off trying to do things on their own. Somebody who could be sort of a central point of contact to help see things through, whether it's coming through police or fire, go out there looking for grants for parks or other things. I kind of did a double take when I was reading through some of the different grants that various cities had been awarded. And when I see Mill Creek received a $200,000 grant to put a climbing wall on their city hall, I thought, it would be probably beneficial if we had somebody out there looking for things across the entire city, not just somebody specific for fire when they have a few free minutes looking for something there. With positions like that, they don't typically bring in money to specifically cover their role, but they would bring in more funding to the city that wouldn't be elsewhere. It's kind of along the same lines as the federal lobbyists. So I would personally like to see us add a head count for that. Then there's another item, but I can hold on that. And if somebody wants to weigh in on this first one.
I'm going to weigh in. I think that's a great idea. Not only do I think that's a great idea that we ought to be looking for grants, but I would think that person could also work with, I think it's GOED or Governor's Office of Planning and Budget, one of them. They administer the AmeriCorps program, and through AmeriCorps, we can get workers if we apply at the right time. We can get people through AmeriCorps or Vista, and they pay like 75% of the salary. It's like a 3-to-1 match, and it's a way that we could leverage to work on community projects and other things, and so yes, I would love to see that.
Yeah. I don't know what numbers would be. I would think we would be safe throwing down something as a placeholder like 80 to 100,000 that would be inclusive of salary and benefits. But there's a lot of possibility there. When my wife was going through her undergraduate degree, her field of study was public health. And they specifically had some grant writing classes, and she and I would discuss what all went into it. There are a lot of requirements. Money quote unquote free money always comes with a lot of strings. And there's a lot of very technical writing that goes into the application, the ability to find the various data, the various facts that they're requesting, the follow-up to ensure compliance with it. It's something that is rather technical and not something that's everybody's cup of tea. So finding somebody who specifically has interest in that, I think would very well benefit the city and the taxpayers. And I'd love to hear Mr. Lee's thoughts if
Mr.
Chair, you're
Lee.
okay with that.
Chris, I love what you're saying. I feel an obligation to speak up. We have one person who, Jeremy Olson, he's very good. About a third to half of his job is grant writing. The other half is he's a management analyst. He works on the RDA and the administration of the RDA. So he's not full-time grants, but grants is a significant part of his job. I would welcome, I welcome your proposal. We can use more help and put more focus there, but I need to inform you, we do have someone that's a major part of their job
We
across
do.
city departments.
And we had a lot of that with Chuck, but you still see a lot of departments that are reaching out, going for their own. They don't really have the resource that I'd love to see. So expanding there, honestly, if we were adding any headcount, that would be my first choice.
And Corbin, I would also interject that if we do have a person like that, we're not seeing the visibility of or the fruits of that. And maybe we need some, if we're doing that, we need to have, we need a better report system.
Yeah, that's fair. We do. Jeremy has been effective. Most recently, he did get us a $500,000. That same grant award that Mill Creek got 200,000. We got 500,000. And that was largely due to Jeremy's efforts and others. So
we got 500,000 for the Big Bend and 200,000 for
500,000 for the West Jordan Wheels Park and 200,000 for Big Bend too.
Yeah.
But
I know there are a lot of other
point well taken. We can do a better job circling back and making you aware of the grants we are receiving.
Yeah, I know police frequently are writing their own grants. We have fire who went out and found and wrote the grant application for the community night that they did. I think there's a lot of opportunity there, but I'm rambling at this point. So any other comments on that one before I move to my next item I'd like to see? I would really.
Well, hang on, Councilmember McConaughey. I need to find out if I know I have two. Are there two more that would support exploring this at least and bringing back information?
I'd be okay exploring it, but I definitely want to know where it would come from.
Okay, and I'm with Councilmember Jacob. So
Yeah, and that's where I'm at as well. And I'd like to work with Corbin. And if you've got somebody doing it, how much time is he putting into it? And could he use a part-time person? So that's kind of question I'd like to see. Maybe it's not a full-time, maybe it's part-time.
So we have a desire to have more information. Okay. All right, Mr. Lee. Okay, perfect. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, the next one is I would like to see us find some funding to build a citizen reporting tool that is usable. Right now, citizens can report issues and they can submit a ticket. It's typically through the website, which does not work well from a mobile phone. It asks for a lot of information that's kind of redundant, like it's very cumbersome, very painful. I know many of us on the council, when we run into things, instead of trying to report something through the ticketing system, we'll just shoot a text over to the mayor's office and say, hey, here's graffiti. Please take the GPS coordinates off of this, rather than me spending stopping my run, spending 5 to 7 minutes submitting that. I would really like to see us try and find a nice, simple, user-friendly app. We used to have one before. It's gone away. The ability to file an online police report has also gone away. I'd like to see us find some funding to engage with the citizens reporting those things, since oftentimes they're the eyes and the ears of the city, rather than having to depend on staff.
Mayor, do you have something to add?
I do. Council McConaughey is correct. So, but I don't ever remind you sending those to me, by the way. So please keep doing that, and then I will follow through on those and get them taken care of. But it is, and we've had conversations with the police and with Tony about that, and they can tell you what the numbers are. We just didn't have sufficient numbers to do them the way Councilmember McConaughey is talking about. And I would love to have that. That'd be a great customer service thing and help our staff meet the needs of the residents. at a more timely basis and report back to them.
Mayor, just to clarify, when you say we didn't have the numbers, what?
The dollar numbers.
Okay, we didn't have the financing
Didn't have
to
the
afford it.
finance, yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, he's right. You cannot do your reports online anymore. And that went away when the police changed their system to the new system the state made them go to. And yeah. And so we have to buy another system to tie into that to make that work again.
So council, are there 4 of us that are interested in having them bring that back to us?
Again, yes, I think we need it, but again, yes, where are we paying for it? So devil's in the details.
But my comment is, yes, I'm interested, because if people can submit, for lack of a better term, simple police reports online, how much staff time does that save that they get it and process it? And so I think there's some trade-offs between systems and people. And I want to I at least want to take a look at it, because I agree. The reporting needs to be simple. The reporting needs to the citizens that shouldn't, it shouldn't be difficult.
So definitely we've got the 4, because I can be your 4th, okay? That we're interested. I was under the impression when we bought the new website thing that this would be great. So I'm a little bit taken aback that it's not a possibility with our new system. Is that what I'm hearing?
We're using the old system there with the new website. There is another system you can do that costs more money, but we use the old system in the new website for reporting needs that you see for streets.
So when we chose the new website, we didn't ensure that we'd still have what we had?
Right, so we still have what we had.
No, we didn't ensure that we would be able to have the same things that we used to have on the new website. So basically, a whole part of what we used to have went away by going to the new website, because now we need to pay for some new program, right? Is that what I'm hearing?
Okay.
In order for it to work?
What we used before to report, let's say you report weeds or a pothole or whatever.
Yeah.
In the old website, that is still active. We're still doing it that way.
Okay.
It's the police that changed. When the police were required to change their system that the state required them to change, it took away what we had built, they had put together to report police reports online. They're working on replacing that, but the one for everything else besides the police reports, that's working. It's on our website. Councilmember McConaughey is correct. Some of the things asked for are redundant.
Well, so can't we modify that?
Even prior to that, though, I'm talking not about just the webpage that's out there now that we do still have, but back in the Kim Wells days, the city introduced an app that was pretty easy to use. You just had it right there and you could submit whatever report. That wasn't renewed because it was going to be incorporated with the new website when that came out. So we have just really the desktop version. So that part never really came back. That was from like 5 years ago, something like that. So
I can't speak to that one. I don't remember that one. I do remember this one because I've used it as a council member and as the mayor, and it is
painful.
Yes, it was homemade app.
I guess I'm just a little frustrated. We allocated a whole ton of money to update our communication with our website, and we should have looked at building some of that in. And I know we didn't spend all the money on the website that we budgeted. So
this part on there wasn't enough money to do this additional part. And I had conversations with Tony about that, and we couldn't go that much further at this point. So we just put in what was existing into the new website. It has a new tab, but it takes you to the same program that we've always had to submit it. Okay. For those of you who have submitted it, it works. It's just, if you're on a phone, it's more challenging. On a computer, it's much easier.
If you're out in public trying to report those things, let me rephrase. If you're at home in your living room and you're trying to report something, it works pretty easily. But if you're out in public reporting issues with public infrastructure, it's not so helpful.
And that's true. And quite often when I'm out, I'll say, go back to my office and report it.
I don't know. When I'm out on a run, I just whip out my laptop and, whatever.
So feel free. And this goes to residents as well. Feel free to send them to me and I will submit the reports until the time comes we have a more customer friendly app.
Okay, but we certainly have the desire to learn more. I see Ms. Steck has her hand raised. Go ahead, Ms. Steck.
Thank you. As you're discussing things that you want to change or add to the budget, if we can identify how those will be funded, if you want to increase the property tax revenue or how we're going to fund that, that would be helpful for us as we're preparing the budget.
I think both items so far have been, we want more information back. So.
Thank you.
So we don't know where we're going to fund it from until we get the information so we can then see if we have the support for it. Okay.
That works. Thank you so much.
Certainly. Anything else? Does anyone else have anything on the budget?
I do.
Okay.
Haven't identified the money yet. Maybe we need costs, but we need to add at least one flagpole and probably balance it. We need to add 2 flagpoles to Veterans Memorial because the military changed the number of branches of service and we need a flagpole out there for our Star Trek people. I just have a hard time with the Space Force when they're called, and they're not soldiers and sailors, they're airmen, they got some weird name. And you want to call them space, you call the ROTC space cadets, but whatever. We need to have something for the flagpoles. And I think if we're going to add 1 flagpole, we balance it, add 2 and do the POW MIA flag. So I would like to see that.
Mr. Astle, do you remember how much our flagpoles were? For the 3. Okay.
For those listening, he said $14,000 for the 3. Although this one might be a little bit different because of the location and the need for the underground electrical and some of those other complications with the location inside the monument. So I will stop stalling as Mr. Astle walks to the mic and speaks for himself.
Sorry about that. There are several difficulties over there in that it's not as easy as just adding 2 more poles. There's going to have to be an adjustment of the rest of the area to kind of fan that out to make sure the distances are correct. And then also the lighting is another electrical concern that we'll need to adjust.
So I would say this is another one that please get us information and bring it back.
I would ask Councilmember Green if instead of just looking for like the sort of quick fix with the 2 additional poles this year, if we want to set aside some funding to reevaluate the monument and perhaps full funding for something larger, more appropriate would come next year. And this year we do the planning and preparing.
I'd be okay with that as long as we're making steps. The other thing that I would love to see us do is work with the foundation. I haven't reached out to Jenny Taylor. She'd probably give us the good information, but I'd like to see a gold star monument out there too.
I thought you were going to talk about better incorporation of those 3 flags that are off in the corner by 22 and 78.
Well, that one Isaac and I have talked about. We've actually talked about pulling the American flag down and putting something else in its place because of the lighting is not as marginal on that corner. So I think Isaac's working on that one. But no, I would like to see us put a gold star memorial in over there as well.
So I wonder.
I would be supportive of looking at a complete redesign of the monument for sure.
Council, this may be inappropriate, so please tell me to stop if so.
Carry on, please.
There is a lot of discussion about possibilities, changes, needs at Veterans Memorial. You guys have an action item pending. I think it may be appropriate to look at setting aside some funding for a master plan for the Veterans Memorial Park, that we can do it all at once. It'll be a larger project, but to have that plan cemented, so we're not making reactionary quick changes to things, though they're good and needed at times, to really create what your guys' vision is of Veterans Memorial.
Yeah, we'd kind of talked about doing the same thing with the rodeo arena earlier, but did any funding for that particular master plan get included in this year's budget?
No, and that was going to be my next item on the list, is that I don't see any funding for the rodeo arena.
Yeah.
And we need to, we've got to start working down that path for upgrading and making that rodeo arena better too. So maybe we just, maybe what we need to do is just figure out what we need to do for a park master plan, and figure out what it'll cost, and maybe we fund that this year and get a good park master plan updated. And so I'm sure Corbin and Isaac can probably give us and Alan can probably give us a cost of what it would take to update a master plan, and then we can start working towards that. I'd be okay with that.
I very much like that idea of not trying to just throw a little bit of money at something to do a quick little Band-Aid, but rather look at things holistically and see where we need fixes and then incorporate it in next year's budget. Since those are one-time items, all three of them that we talked about, the master plan for the rodeo, plan for Veterans Memorial, and looking at fixing the reporting capabilities, those three, I personally would be okay with using those as from surpluses. Those are one-time expenses.
And we can make a budget amendment anytime. So it sounds like, I mean, we already have on our unfinished business is Veterans Memorial Park Master Plan. So that's already there, and that includes the rodeo. So Mr. Anderson, will you just ensure that we have the app or something so that citizens can on a list so that we can bring that up and make sure that it doesn't just fall away?
Yes.
Thank you.
Couple more things. We did a market study evaluation for every other city employee, but there are 3 of them sitting against the wall that were not included in the market study and weren't included in salary adjustments. I think the justification is that was left up to the council, but I believe that, and I haven't seen the addendum that showed what the salaries ought to be with the comparison, but I would like to see that, and I want to make sure that our 3 employees are not treated differently than the rest of the employees in the city.
Yes.
Councilmember Green, my team in the Human Resources Department is collecting all of the information in a new update. We had an update, and we will provide that to you within the next week or so.
All right, cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next thing, Mayor, if there's a way that we can get an update on what from the alternative transportation master plan, what's been what projects have been completed and which ones are still outstanding. I'd like to see that, to see if there's any projects that we can come up with maybe some one-time funds or something to knock a couple of those off. The next one that I have, consolidated fee schedule. In the consolidated fee schedule, we have the Shore Gallery, and we have room 331 that are on the consolidated fee schedule. And we talked about this last week. Do we really need those on the consolidated fee schedule? And the answer was some of this will be there for the next fiscal year, but rooms 331 and the Shore Gallery aren't going to be there next year. We're wiping those out. So Denise, I think we need to wipe out rooms 331 and the shore gallery off the consolidated fee schedule so that it simplifies it and that fixes it for next summer and from beyond.
I'd be happy to do that. Thank you.
Cool. Next,
Are there gonna be rooms though that replace them that will be rentable rooms? Potentially?
Sorry, thank you. We didn't, as we've discussed, the council chambers will have a partition wall. So that will be more rent. I mean, it's on the fee schedule now, but we don't really rent it out. That will be more available to the public and will largely take the place of the shore gallery. If you choose and you want to make the council work session space available to the public for rentals, that's up to you. We did not anticipate that. We think there's other spaces that provide that need and that service. But that's in the space that was formerly room 331.
the next one on my list, and I'm trying to figure out which one I want to go in priority. I have 4 more. The next one for next year's budget, and I want to fix the Drake's driveway. I think the city is at least 50% responsible, because we should have known that Drake's property is there and we allowed the curb to be put there, and I want it fixed. It causes issues with the storm drain because they put, for their fix, they filled in the curb with dirt. I can't blame them. That's in the Army, we called that the field expedient method. Get what needs to be done with the mission, but that's not the right thing. I want to get the Drake's driveway fixed. And if we have to take that out of, if we have to take the 10 or 15K out of council contingency funds, I don't care. I just want this.
I think that should come out of development services personally, not out of our budget.
But wherever
Weren't we told it was only 2,500? Is that what you said last?
well, that's a couple of curb cuts, but that may not fix the actual driveway. So I want to make sure they have a real driveway and not just, and not some makeshift thing. So maybe we can just get a bid out and figure it out, and then we'll figure out how to come up with the money out of reserve or transferring budgets. But I want the Drake driveway fixed. What does anybody else think?
I agree. Something has to be done. I thought that was going to be done. Mayor?
I agree.
So you're asking for more than a curb cut? You want concrete poured in the driveway? How long?
I'm fine with a curb cut. I just need them to be able to access their lane and their driveway. And that's what they had agreed to, was curb cuts, right?
Yes.
That's what Mrs. Drake said to me.
If the curb cuts have the nice transition and it works, I'm okay with that. But whatever it takes to get that driveway fixed, but on both the houses.
So I'll concur in that I believe it needs to be fixed and it should be done expeditiously because this was through no fault of their own. I will disagree with the assertion that perhaps the city's at fault there. I think we should look into different options to getting it fixed. But I think those who put it there should have seen that there was a home there, and the ones who put it there should be the ones who are paying to fix it.
So what happened, we all know, the plans got drawn up. The plans were drawn up by the developer. But the second part of this is the city approved the plans without paying attention to the fact that there are 2 homes there. So I would say that there is some fault that lies with the city. But I would recommend, and Rob, you can if you want to weigh in with this, Mr. Wall, I'm okay if we fix this. And if you think that it's reasonable to seek the money back from a developer who didn't do this right, I'm okay with having the city attorney seek some cost recovery on that as well.
And council member, you're correct. The city did approve those plans. but just know the city has not approved that curb being there. So they haven't asked for an inspection and the city has not provided approval of the work that they did, the physical work. So the plan was approved, but the work has not been approved.
I think Councilmember Green, I think we're on the same page. I just want to be careful about not publicly saying, yeah, this is our fault, and offering to pay before first going after the folks that were the immediate cause. And that's kind of where I'm at. I also want to be careful about other potential instances in the future and hoping that we can find a way policy wise to make sure that this doesn't happen again for others. But that's kind of where my line
Well,
of thinking
and
was.
my future policy fix is I want to rewrite title, well, as we talk about code stuff, I want to rewrite Title 13 that requires that on every development property, they have to include every other piece of property within 300 feet of their border and how it affects them, so that we don't have that problem again. Couple more things. One that made me super mad today, and I want to relook, and it's probably been a while, and we actually didn't bid this contract out. We had one previous provider, and then we got stuck with ALP, with American Legal Publishing. And I want to look at, is there better, quicker, faster, cheaper technology than the ALP that we got saddled with? Who in their right mind does server maintenance at 3:30, 4 o'clock in the afternoon? And I'm trying to get ready for this meeting, and I'm getting intercepts on the website. I'm sorry, our server's down for maintenance. That's ridiculous. And if that's the kind of service we're getting from ALP, let's get a new contract. Let's find somebody else. Maybe ALP is the best contractor we can get for the price, but we need to look at that. So that's not a cost right now, but I would like to have somebody take a look at that and see if the last time we bid that out, and it's probably been 4 or 5 years at least. I mean, we've been using that old system since I was on the planning commission. So that's 6 years ago. So we don't know how long it's been since that was looked at. And I think we ought to look at it.
I would be in favor of looking at it. Anyone else? One.
Yes, me too.
Okay, we've got plenty. Do you need names, Mr. Anderson? Okay.
Nope, I just got all of you.
Two last issues for me. One, West Jordan, and I'm probably going to steal Kayleen's thunder. So sorry, Kayleen, I'm going to steal this, but I'm on a roll.
Yes, you are.
West Jordan City owns a lot of property in places that are sitting vacant. And I want to explore the possibility, especially on 70th South, I want to explore the possibility of turning some of the city-owned property into community gardens, allowing and working with residents in the neighborhood, Heartland Elementary, to grow vegetables and help support the principal's pantry. Not only do we have the vacant property at 70th South, the city owns a detention pond right next to a convenient water supply, by the way. I don't know if we own any water rights to it, but the canal at about 2100 West, between Smith's and 2200 West, we have a detention pond. We have some other things.
On 9,000 South,
On
right?
90th South, yes. That I think we need to look at and start looking at community gardens. So I want to start looking at that. And if that costs some money to study, then I'm willing to fund that. Anybody else interested in that?
Yeah, I think I mentioned that before.
Yeah, I stole that from you.
You okay with that? Okay. Down here. Pamela, you okay? Yep. Unanimous.
And one last one. I understand. And so I'm gonna try to jump in. Oh, I got a text that it's Space Guardians. So the Guardians, members of the Space Force are called Guardians, not soldiers. So My apologies, my
Also,
apologies.
That's Cleveland's baseball team. I wonder if that's a coincidence.
Yeah, must be. So my apologies to anybody in the Space Force. That's a space guardian. My last one. I understand. And it's my understanding that Jordan School District is not funding crossing guards for kids to go to free and school lunch.
I actually called the district today to ask, and they said they have in the past, but they called around because, you know, we all network, and they discovered that nobody else does that. Districts don't do that. Cities pay for it. And they just didn't feel they had the funding this year.
Okay. Well, my personal opinion is we need to fund crossing guards. We need to figure out what the cost will be and get those crossing guards on 70th South, 1300 West, wherever they may be, that these kids are crossing the street. Some of these kids, that's
Council member.
yeah, go ahead.
I had a conversation with the school district today about that as well, because I didn't know about that till the emails came in. And the school district has agreed to pay for them again this year. I've contacted the chief, and the crossing guards will be there tomorrow.
Cool. Because I was going to say, if the district doesn't want to pay for it, I think we can come up for some money so that those poor kids can get food.
District's budget, they have a new person over the budget that comes out of the funds of food, and they used to pay for it out of there. And they looked at it and they said, nope, you're not supposed to be paying for crossing guards out of that budget. And that's why it didn't get put over in there. So Dr. Godfrey said, that's not a big deal. He'll pull it out of another budget and put it in there, and told the city to go ahead and bill them like normal. So we will, and it'll be taken care of. They'll have the crossing guards.
I hope he talks to nutrition services, because that's not what they think.
There was like 4:30 this afternoon.
Yeah, you were probably on the phone. No, I was busy at that time. Mine was probably 3:30.
Okay.
That's good news. Thank you. That's all I have.
Are you sure? Councilmember Jacob.
I got one.
Yay.
Just one.
Okay.
I floated this actually, talked to a couple of people after council meeting or after our work meeting last week. Mayor, I have a question for you. The Arts Council budget for the current budget year that is almost over was $60,000. Are we planning on spending the whole thing?
That money's already been distributed.
Already been distributed, all 60,000. Okay. Okay. I was just wondering if it would come from there, if it needed to be something else. The idea I have is I would like to, this would be something to kind of set West Jordan apart with regard to the arts. Now, I don't remember, and I asked the mayor this, I don't know if you guys know right off the top of your head, maybe Denise knows, how much the statue in front of City Hall cost, that Pioneer statue that we got.
Before my time.
Replace the rock fountain, that rock trickle that used to be out there. Does anybody know how much that costs off the top of their heads? No, I see a lot of shaking heads. Okay.
Thought originally was something like $18,000 or something like that, but then we had to come up with the stand and the base for that. So that was all
right.
separate.
The number I had in my
remember
mind
exact.
was 25 or something like that, but I don't know if that's right.
It started somewhere around there, but I know it ended up being more once you consider the
Right.
staff time and effort and material and all that went into that. I don't remember exactly. I think that's about where it was though.
And there was a difference in which one we chose. I was on the committee. There were like 3 final decisions and they were all a little bit different in price.
Right. Okay. So here's the idea that I have is, and I'll brief story about where it came from. My wife and I were planning a trip back east, and I was starting to look at where to go sightseeing around Boston, and I'm looking at all the parks and things, and they've all got these statues in them. And I'm like, well, that's cool. And there's public art installations like everywhere. And in Europe, they're everywhere. And in Utah, they're nowhere, except for the blue whale down now at the roundabout and down in Salt Lake. I'm thinking, what if we could set aside, let's just say $50,000 a year. Let's just start there and see what it comes, and we can adjust this as we go along. What if we set aside $50,000 a year and opened it up to proposals, We set up a little committee. We open it up to proposals and say artists, especially West Jordan artists, but any kind of local artist, could be from anywhere. Find a place in West Jordan where your art would go well and submit a proposal. And if we like it, we'll say, yeah, here's $50,000, go build your statue, and we'll put it in Veterans Memorial, or we'll put it in Constitution Park, or we'll put it at Ron Wood, or whatever. And find these, we've got a lot of little properties. We just talked about some of them. We've got the one on 22nd West across the street from the park over here on the corner. There's all these little places where an art installation would be kind of cool. And that could really set West Jordan apart with not just the West Jordan arts people who want a building, but just the arts community in general. I think it would be really cool. Salt Lake City did something similar when the airport was not yet designed. They opened it up to, I think, they wanted 3 different people to come in and paint murals on the walls. And they opened it up to Utah artists and said, hey, submit your proposal. Maybe we'll pick you and we'll pay you to come paint the walls. There's probably possibilities that I'm not thinking of. I know South Jordan, for example, they paint their utility boxes on the side of the road, all these public utility boxes, they're all cleverly painted. And anyway, just an idea. If we could set aside $50,000, we can bring that, we can amend the community arts budget now that it's not just the Arts Council budget, right? We can amend it to the community arts budget, add $50,000 to it, and then we just put it out there as an RFP for artists. And if we decide that that's not enough, we're not getting good enough submittals or whatever, next year we can make it more, we can amend it, whatever. Just a thought that I had. Maybe community arts is more than just a theater building. And plus, we're not going to have a short gallery over here anymore. So we got to have somewhere to, have local artists showcase things. Anyway, thoughts?
Mr. Anderson.
No, sorry. I don't mind the idea, but where would we get the 50 grand from? Put it into there.
The possibilities are limitless. Right now, I think we could add it to the property tax increase if we need to. It's like half of 1% of a property tax increase. So we're already doing. What's that? Or a third?
Grant writers.
Yeah, or grant writer, whatever. We talked a lot about things tonight that we don't necessarily have a specific source for, but that's just one. I'd just like to see it in an operations budget.
We can always modify sales tax projections by 50K too.
Also,
Mr. Anderson.
Yeah, I just want to, just for clarification, just so we have the expectation set, the listing of that I've written down, I'm sure Mr. Lee has written down, grant writing position, a citizens reporting tool, master plan, et cetera, et cetera. A lot of those appear to be fiscal year 23 plans. It's not changing anything in the budget right now. If 4 of you or more want to do what Councilmember Jacob is, there's probably some steps, right? I mean, it's one thing to allocate the money, but what's the process to go to receive that money? And those things will take some time. We can add that to the list. So I just want to make sure and understand that this doesn't change anything in the budget today for what you're going to approve, but it is a list that we can work on for FY23 planning. Is that what everybody's understanding?
We're 23 now.
FY23, it's the year it ends.
Alan, I'd be
yeah,
okay
that's the one
with-
we're talking about right now.
That's correct.
I'd be okay with that if we can, for example, if we decide that the steps are X, Y, Z, we need an ordinance, yada, 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 and we get all that in place, I'm okay. And then we decide, yeah, we want to do this in FY23, then we would all say, yeah, that's what we want to do. And we could do a budget amendment mid-year to fund that, as long as, what I don't want to do is waste a lot of our time putting that together and say, oh, we're not going to fund it. But if we do that, knowing that we're going to work towards this, and this may not be a long drawn out process, that sometime mid-year we'll do a budget amendment to then come up with that money, I'm okay with that.
Correct. That would be the process, is to develop the XYZ steps that you just outlined, and then come to the council with proposed budget amendments that allow you to fund it and identify the source, how that would be paid for. That's all I was saying. Nothing that I've seen discussed tonight changes the budget that's before you today.
That's accurate.
The thing that sticks out to me is the idea of creating an arts master plan. We have a active transportation master plan. We have parks master plans. We have all sorts of master plans. We don't have an arts master plan. I would love to see us implement something that says we're looking at different types of installations, supporting different types of programming, supporting different types of things and different methods. And we can have that plan that we could then fund into the future. As we're looking at development on the west side of the city, and I'm not a fan of roundabouts, but where we've got some of those, we might say in that master plan, this is a place where we would consider for an art installation, or perhaps in front, like we have the thing in front of City Hall, perhaps with some of our fire stations. I know that we've got that new one that we're going to be looking at on the west side as well. Do we want to start putting together an arts master plan that compiles all these ideas so that when we do have funding, we've already got the plan and it doesn't seem like we're just kind of making stuff up as we go. I know in conversations with 1, 2, 3, 4 city attorneys throughout my time here, this has always been a very, very delicate tightrope to walk if you're going to open up funding for public arts, because arts to some folks are profanity, could be profanity to others. So having plenty of guidance and boundaries and clear expectations as to where you want to go, I would be very much in favor of starting with the creation of an arts master plan.
Yeah, and I'm not necessarily opposed to that. The thought that I was having was a little more ad hoc. I kind of want it to be a little bit, I don't want to say haphazard, but obviously there's going to have to be guidelines set up around it, right? So that you keep it whatever, city friendly, whatever the word is. We set up the guide rails that says, nothing obscene or whatever that would fall under established definitions. But then let the artist decide. Let an artist decide, hey, I've been dying. I love that whale downtown Salt Lake. We've got 500 roundabouts in West Jordan. I'm going to put a goldfish in each one, as opposed to a whale in
angelfish.
pick your thing or whatever. Or, hey, I want to paint a mural on the side of City Hall. If somebody's got a good idea, we can look at it and go, wow, that's a good idea. As opposed to saying, we came up with 15 ideas that here artists come and pick one. Let the artists, there's some great minds out there that I know I'm not going to think of. And I wouldn't want to limit our staff to come up with ideas, you know what I mean? And let the arts, let the artists art.
Mr. Wall, did you have something to add?
Yeah, and I think this may hopefully help. In the last couple of years, there's been some good case law that's come out of the Supreme Court that reaffirms the city's ability to speak, and that the city has a right to pick and choose with certain parameters of what it allows or doesn't allow on its infrastructure. In past, there's always been this question of, well, if you let this person do it, can you let that person do it based on the content? And the answer is, yeah, you have the right to have an opinion as a city about what type of art you want around the city.
Well, and my thought,
We're going to go about 5 more minutes on this, and then we're going to our next topic. Okay.
my thought on this is I like a hybrid of both. I like the idea of starting down the road and doing what you want to do and get something in place. But I also like the idea of a more long-term plan. If we start this, we're talking about a roundabout or a vacant piece of property.
Yeah, they're not mutually exclusive, right?
Yeah, they're not mutually. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Not mutually exclusive. Let's go down both paths. Let's get something started, and then once we get that start, that rolls into the whole community arts master plan with some other things. And so I'd say let's go down both roads.
I agree with Councilmember Green 100%.
David, did you have an opinion?
You're the arts guy.
I wouldn't be in favor of the goldfish, but
Just think of a big whale divided into 50 different roundabouts.
no, thank
Okay.
you. I appreciate your
What is the
asking.
happiest animal on earth?
Raccoon.
Okay, anybody who watches Ted Lasso knows this. It's a goldfish. Why? It's only a 10-second memory. Move on.
No,
It-
thank you.
Curious to
I,
hear what Councilmember
Thank
Peck
you.
is saying.
I appreciate you asking. Yes, I think that when you can add a flair of resident community in a manner that is still appropriate for the zoning, as we've seen in the past, where certain art galleries have been on facades or walls or restaurants, that's been a hot topic. But if this is an application that can be vetted and approved to ensure that it's what the community at large would be looking for, anything that we can do to enhance the spirit of place, spirit of community, be the home of the good neighbor, have an identity, have some landmarks that people would like to visit and that they attribute and recognize as being West Jordan-esque. Sure.
Okay.
As always, it depends on time and money.
Right. So are you in favor of having an arts plan as Councilmember McConaughey suggested?
Yes, thank you
Yes,
for asking.
okay. So you have 4 or more for that as well. Okay.
Can clarify
Yes, Mr.
question? I'm
Lee.
sorry on that issue. Is the majority of the council in favor of putting $50,000 in addition in this year's budget and adding it to the property tax increase?
I
or
am
something
not.
else? Or are you talking about just wanting a conceptual plan for further discussion later?
So if you want the plan, indicate to me. Yeah, yeah.
Conceptual plan.
Yeah. Okay, so we've got consensus for conceptual plan. If you are in favor of putting 50,000 from this year's budget, knowing that that may mean increase in property tax, let me know. 1.
Well, that's a little bit of a tough question there because we're saying conceptual plan, but wouldn't we be fleshing that out to see if that would be prudent to have for this year? When we're saying conceptual plan, we're not funding it, but would you be willing to fund it?
Not the plan. Are you willing to put $50,000 in it for a fund for artists to apply for to create art this year?
I would love to continue that discussion as we're talking about the budget, because then that means it'd be 50,000 pulled from somewhere else, or as you mentioned, having to raise taxes 50,000. Right. So what's the difference between a conceptual plan and
The plan is just something we develop. It doesn't cost us anything other than staff time. The $50,000 needs to be earmarked for an arts grant.
Sure. Okay. I see what you mean. Because to me, there's a dichotomy between a conceptual plan, ethereally thinking, oh yeah, wouldn't this be great? But if we're actually going to fund it, then it's not just a conceptual plan, right? We're saying this is something we really want to do.
Right. And that's what that's what I need to find out for Mr. Lee now.
Okay.
So are you a yes or a no?
Sure.
You're
Yes.
a yes. Okay.
So no, but yes. So I don't want to just put $50,000 out there and earmark it for arts and say, we'll figure out what the plan is and how this is going to be used later. I would prefer we figure out what's acceptable, what types of things are we looking at, and kind of at least offer a scope as to what we would like to see from these artists. So I would suggest if there's appetite, the $50,000 would go into council contingency. And then at some point, if we decide, yes, we've got this fleshed out enough to where we can move forward, we can do a budget transfer from council contingency to.
How about instead, because as you mentioned, this could be a one-time fund, right? How about instead we look at doing a budget amendment in the future and pull it from reserves if we feel it's worthy? Because we don't have four votes to do the 50K right now.
Well, you I would rather see it as a budget amendment, but I would like to see some money allocated this year. So however we would want to go.
I'm fine doing it as a budget amendment down the road too.
Okay.
Let's have a work session in a couple of months when the budget's done.
What?
Yeah, right. I know.
Wow, you've come a long way, friend.
Let's have a work session on a special Tuesday night when.
Nope, it'd be Wednesday.
On an off
Fourth.
week, maybe on a holiday. No.
Okay, we need to move on. It sounds like, don't worry about putting it in the budget today, but we may be coming back and looking at that. Okay. The next item on our agenda is code. And the purpose of this discussion is we are talking about different our two main jobs are budget and code. So one of my goals this year was for us to start going through code and not just when staff brings it to us. So we maybe have done a little bit about that, but not a lot. So items I want are short-term rental and commercial vehicles on neighborhood streets. I don't know if you all remember Clive Kilpack. He served as a council member. He lives by the soccer fields, and there is a home there that I've wondered what the heck, but I knew how our council had voted on commercial vehicles on neighborhood streets. So I didn't feel like anything could really be done. So I just listened to my husband complain to me. And I say, no, if a citizen calls, then I'll do something. And he says, what do I? Well, now a citizen called. Mr. Kilpack called because there is a home that he says is being rented out as a short-term rental. And they have at least 7, I don't know what size, they're bigger than a pickup. They're not a diesel, but they're real big utility trucks. And I think it's either Indiana or Illinois license plate. So they're doing some kind of big work here. And it really appears they're using this home as a storage. And the problem is that they're parking on both sides of the street, which I don't think we could get a fire truck down that street should the need arise. So, and the mayor's kind of shaking his head like maybe he's heard about this. So those are 2 things I would like. Who else does anyone, Councilmember Green wants to do Title 13, I know, but I think he has a couple more.
Sometime in the near future, and I'm working on one, but we need Title 13 fixed. We need Title 16 fixed. We need Title 4 fixed. That's the business license code, if I remember right. And I was going, yes, I have nothing better to do sometimes at 2:00 in the morning, but read city code. Maybe it helps me put to sleep, or, I'm tired of watching reruns of NCIS at 2:00 in the morning.
Monk is on Hallmark, so.
And so there's actually a couple of provisions. One provision was the emergency powers of the mayor. We didn't update that when state code got updated, when the legislature implemented the Mayor Mendenhall rule. So we've got to update that code. That one's not going to take too long, but we do need to fix his emergency powers. I believe that's in like Title 8. So I think we need to look at Title 8, 4, 16, and 13. I should have the Title 16 rewrite done in the next week or 2 for some discussion. Because there are some issues. Rob and I have had some serious discussions about ALJ authority in the city, and we need to clarify some the ALJ authority in Title 16.
Great. Councilmember Jacob, do you have anything? Worthen? McConaughey?
I apologize. I did not see any description or anything about what this is. There are certain portions of code I'd like to review. It would have been helpful had there been just like a little paragraph saying kind of what this was going to be. I'm completely unprepared for this.
Okay. Councilmember Pack. Okay. Councilmember McConaughey, if you have sections that you want to send to either Alan or myself, that'd be great. And then the plan is that we'll just start with what we want, and then we'll move on to Mr. Anderson has been working on a spreadsheet of where to go to guide us. So are there any other questions or input on either the budget or city code? If not, we will recess until 7 p.m. Seeing none, we are in recess.
So Chris, I got to ask, why did we want to adjourn from the little meetings?
I was trying to make a comment during each of those because there was a confusion at the start with the motion. And I was just going to say that they can still come and speak at the next meeting. You're not going to approve it till June 22nd. So I was because I was trying to speak to the motion and at least get it in that way, but.
Sorry.
I was trying to hit my light, raise my hand. I know, that's why I did. But, yeah.
I understand now.
Yeah, that's all it was.
Karen, you were moving too fast.
Well, I mean, normally we do, and normally we fly through those because it's just housekeeping, but it's not the best setup. We're trying to fix it so it doesn't really work. I've got a question for you. Probably not, but you might actually would. So we have purchased two of the balloons to go out of the Sierra Nevada Memorial. We did that, we made donations to South Valley Sanctuary. It's not really much, a handful of balloons that are out there, but I didn't see ours. So I called the sanctuary, they said, oh, Rotary.
Yes.
I said, oh, we got those. I called police, they said. That was
Yeah,
cheap.
at the beginning, and I wanted.
That through wild summer, so wild.
Yes, that's what I wanted.
Really trying to.
Yes. Yeah. And I don't. Again. So I can manage it.
Yes, absolutely.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, so he would be the one to follow up with on that one. Yeah, those weren't cheap balloons. Two of them, that's what I saw. Neither of them made it out there. That's disappointing. Okay. Yeah, you still got my contacts. Or not, I've got yours and I'll text you.
So what brings you out?
Well, the same reason it was last time.
I don't have your phone.
I'm here from the. Rachel Sanders.
That's right, I don't got your email address.
I know. I live right, that street that goes straight through it. I'm right at the very end of that. I need to straight down
What's the
that.
best phone number for you?
Well,
And that, is that a mobile? Okay, I'll send you a text that was. What was his name? I'll shoot you a text for that one.
well, they got my house, like yesterday. Representatives. Trying to talk to me myself, and I kept telling like, I will go to the city council myself, and I will bring them.
I'll kind of follow that. Take a pause.
It doesn't, if there was maybe other houses like that, you're right. And we saw it, however. No, there'll be a lot of people here that are for and some that are against, because a lot of those. Like, they're scared about people are, they would, they're sensitive for people.
Just our city.
I think a lot of this private school, it's that all TV there. Good evening. I'd like to call this session of the West Jordan City Council to order. It is June 8th, 2022. We have Councilmember McConaughey, Councilmember Pat, Councilmember Whitelock, Councilmember Green, Councilmember Worthen. We had Councilmember Jacob. I'm sure he'll be right back. And we have Councilmember Bloom online. I want to welcome you tonight. We have a few public hearings. If you're here to speak to one of those, there will be time during that public hearing for you to speak. After we begin, we will have public comments. So if you're here for any other thing that you want to speak to the council about, you're more than welcome. You'll have 3 minutes to come. We're going to start tonight with the Pledge of Allegiance, and Rachel Sanderson has graciously consented to lead us. So go ahead and join us over there and press, what did I say? I hope I said Sanderson.
Oh, that sounded like
Okay.
All right, will everybody please stand? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. It's great to have so many with us tonight. Our first order of business is a special recognition. I'm so happy to have Mrs. Cynthia Bee with us. Cynthia Bee has worked for the Conservation Gardens Park, and I met her through her sister, and we belong to a kind of, well, politically active group that we refer to it as the Troublemakers, and it's a great group of people. Predominantly women. A man or two has come, but usually they don't come too much. I think they're a little overwhelmed by the number of females present, but she is an amazing person, and what she does is amazing with gardens and yards and water. And she has been instrumental in bringing local scapes, not just to our area, but really to everywhere now. She presented a TED Talk in 2019. And if you get the opportunity, I'd encourage you to listen to it. If you've never heard of TED Talks, they're just short videos, about 10 minutes, and they're amazing. You can learn so many things. So I would like to ask Miss B to come forward, and we have a certificate and a pin, and we'll present those. And council, if you'd come in the front so that we can welcome her and ask Miss Hanson to take a picture, and Mayor, if you'll join us.
Cynthia.
Somebody first. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3.
Let me do one more. Since you're now all looking at me. Thank you.
Cynthia is just a great member of our community. So we like to recognize those that help and that are just great. And if any of you ever have someone that you say, oh, this person did this great thing in West Jordan, please let us know. You can call our council office or you can email one of us and let us know. So
hey, can I make one comment while we got 100 people sitting in the audience?
I don't think there's 100, but you can make the comment.
I'm going to make the comment.
Personal privilege. Is that what you'd like, sir?
Thank you. We'd like to invite everybody next Tuesday night, June 14th. We are holding a last minute, if you will call that last minute, Flag Day celebration and Flag retirement over here at the rodeo grounds. The council ended up getting some new flagpoles at the end. We're going to dedicate those, but we also decided that we're going to do a flag retirement ceremony where if you've ever been to one, you know that we actually, which is kind of funny, you burn the flag, even though that's, and we're going to do that. So if you have some flags that you would like to be retired, you're more than welcome to come and join in with that as part of our celebration next Tuesday night. Thank you.
Great. All right. Well, once again, we have a lot of people with us. It makes me happy to see lots of people come. It's great to be involved in our community. It's even better to be involved in our government. It's so helpful when you come and share your thoughts, because otherwise the 7 of us guess what you're thinking if no one gives us input. And hopefully most of the time we guess right. During public comment, I'll invite you to come to the lectern. I have a few cards here and I'll call those names. You will have 3 minutes if you're speaking for yourself. I ask that you give your name and your city of residence, your full name and your city of residence. And please remember that we want to keep this meeting respectful so that everyone can feel safe and heard. So we will begin with Jamie Bevelheimer. Okay, if you'll come forward.
Council Chair.
Yes.
Just, it might be good to clarify that the public hearings are still to come. This is a good time to speak to something that's not on the agenda. And if you want to speak to something that's on the public hearing and you speak to that topic, I mean, you can speak to that topic now, but you don't get 2 bites at the apple. You get, if you're going to speak to the rezone, for example, you can do that now, but just don't do it again later, because that's cheating. And we don't cheat.
Also, I neglected, just one more second, Jamie. I neglected to mention, if you are online, if you are joining us via Zoom, raise your hand. If you're joining via telephone, please push *9. And when I call on you, you will push *9 to speak. All right, Jamie.
I was clarified with Alan Anderson that it was okay if I spoke now. So my name is Jamie Bevelheimer and I live in West Jordan and I have for over 40 years. I would like to speak about 3 issues, but quickly. First issue is the transfer of money from the enterprise fund utilities to the general fund. This is wrong. Citizens have been addressing this issue with the council for years and complaining about this dishonest and secretive practice. The council thinks it's okay with the citizens. It is not right. Utilities have become unbearable because of this dishonest practice. My voice and others are not heard. Notification of the money transfer was in small writing on a utility bill with little notice. Great sneaky strategy. There should be receipts and accountability for everything. Everything purchased should be in detail available to the public. Second issue is the truth and taxation hearing. People need to be notified well in advance on a big flyer to the public, not right before the hearing. I addressed this council last year with my sister, Melanie Briggs, in regards to the taxation tax increase, which was because of the need for more police and more money to employees. Our voice and others we know were not heard. They were ignored. You raised the taxes last year when there was already enough money, and you're planning on doing it again for police and higher wages. West Jordan has enough money from the citizens and businesses that are in the financial departments. The third issue is a waste of money. Remodeling the city building, changing items in the city when anyone has a new item, wasting money. You have your own agendas. Think hard what you're doing. You have lost the respect of the people you say you represent. You do not own the city. Notification, responsibility, and explanations and honesty are yours to give the citizens. I stand for honesty for myself and others. I am a spiritual courageous, compassionate woman. And with my gifts, I will create a beautiful, peaceful world. And I listened to comments, and there was in the meeting before this, and the possibilities are unlimited. Citizens, that's it. But thank you very much.
Thank you. I have a card from Ryan Corpy. Are you for 7A or something else? Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to address the council on anything other than a public hearing item? Come on up if you're here for something other than a public hearing item.
All right. Thank you, council. It's a pleasure to be here tonight and speak with people that I've worked with for many years on the council. And I told Kelvin this before he came up tonight. I promised a year ago that I'd be here at this time, and you guys all know that. And it's about the utility transfer. I'm sure you just heard about it through Miss Bevelheimer, but I see it a little bit different way, and that's because I've been on the council and I've seen the budgets for 4 years. And I'm still following the budget, so I haven't stopped doing that. As we look at the budget, the utility transfer is set for the next 5 years right now. To put this in perpetuity is ridiculous. It shouldn't be a 5-year plan of taking $2.5 million from utilities every year. It's something that should be done on a yearly basis. So to kind of give an example, since I don't have much time here, in 2020, this little thing called COVID happened. We did not know where the money was going to come from. We as a council decided there was an opportunity to use money from the utility funds. At the time, I did agree, but I said, if we don't use that money, we should put it back. Last year, before I was off the council, we had a reserve balance of $14 million. Before that, it was $11 million. So over that time, the $2.5 million was not spent. I still say a year later, that money should have been put back. This year, once again, we as a city are proposing another 2.5 million transfer from our utilities. At the same time, we're also asking for a 2% increase in water, a 2% increase in sewer, a 6% increase in garbage, and a 5% increase in streetlights to cover costs. So I just asked this day, and I will continue to do that today, tomorrow, next year, that we look at a better way to fund the city than taking more money from our utilities and doing the utility transfer. Thank you.
Thank you. Was there someone on? No, changed mine. Okay. Is there anyone else in the audience that wishes to address the council? Okay, I will go online. I have a Ryan Wilkinson. If you'll go ahead, go ahead, Ryan. Unmute yourself. Mr. Wilkinson, are you there?
Hello?
Hi, go ahead. You'll
Hi.
have 3 minutes.
Oh, thank you. I'm in my car, so this is a little disorganized. Parked, of course. So the city council all took an oath to uphold the law that's required by Utah state law. The Salt Lake County Noise Ordinance, paragraph 4.1, specifies that noises exceeding a max level of 70 decibels from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. are illegal. West Jordan City has adopted that. It's even on your own website with instructions on how to file a complaint. Now, all the council members, I'm probably the mayor too, have taken an oath to uphold the law. I made you all aware that this law is violated multiple times a week, probably dozens of times a week, by the Utah National Guard, who qualifies as a person for purposes of the noise ordinance, and there is no exemption that allows them to violate the ordinance. Now, keep in mind, upholding the law and enforcing the law are two different things. I understand Salt Lake County's job is to enforce this. Yours is to uphold it. So with the technical data for the Black Hawk helicopter shows that at 1,000 feet, the decibel level at an LMAX under the code is 78 decibels. That comes from government reports and also the manufacturer specifications. Lower than that, at 500 feet, it is 87 decibels. And I have information, ADSB data, that shows the Blackhawks fly even lower than that, making the noise even louder. And they fly after 10 p.m. routinely, several times a week. So there is a section of the Utah State Code concerning official neglect and misconduct. It says, in case any municipal officer shall at any time willfully omit to perform any duty, the person is guilty of a Class A misdemeanor, shall be removed from office, and is not eligible for any municipal office thereafter. That's Utah Code 10-3-826. Please look it up. So as far as I'm concerned, you're all guilty of this, and I will be seeking your removal and seeking criminal charges to be filed against you. You are not upholding the law. You are allowing this illegal activity to take place in your community over the heads of your constituents. This has probably existed for decades, and it ends now. So uphold the law, or I will seek to remove you all, charge you with crimes, up to a year in jail, by the way, for the Class A. I would consult attorneys if I were you. I know you have a city attorney. But by the way, if your attorney advises you that you don't have to comply with the law, that is an ethical violation for your attorney. Please keep that in mind. Reach out to me if you want more information. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else that wishes to address the council? Huh? Yeah. Is there anyone, if you're on the phone and you wish to address the council, press *9. Okay, I see no one. No one else did it. Oh, okay. Mrs. Efremo, if you wish to speak, go ahead and push *6. Ms. Efremo. Okay, go ahead. Are you there? You need to push *6 just one time. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, this is Alexandra Efremo. I just want to say, I think we all need to count our blessings. And so for 1 minute of silence, I want everybody to please count your blessings. Okay, thank you. I just want to say, I understand Mayor Burton was responsible for the West Jordan Activity Guide 2022. It's awesome. And I pray that we continue in the next year. But anyway, you know, I'm disturbed by some of the comments that have been presented. It's a concern to me, but anyway, I have a beautiful poem. My heart is ever thankful. My heart is ever thankful for the beauty that I see, snow falling in the winter, autumn colors on a tree, the first flowers of springtime, a crocus peeking through the snow, the summer sun warm on my face, sunflowers row on row, the laughter of small children, building castles in the sand, the one I love beside me year after year holding my hand, having coffee with a friend, walking in the moon's soft light, to worship in the church I choose, because it is my right. So many wonders in God's world, so many freedoms I possess. It's in the simple things of life I find true happiness. My heart is nearly bursting for the life that I am living. In the wind I blow a kiss to God, a gesture of my heart's thanksgiving. Thank you for listening to me. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Okay, I see no other members online or in the public that wishes to address the council. So we will move on with our agenda. The next thing on our agenda is the mayor's report. Mayor Burton.
Thank you, Councilman Chairman Whitelock. It's a pleasure to be here today. For those who don't know, I was gone for a few days. I celebrated my 40th wedding anniversary on Saturday. And so I decided to take my wife somewhere that we had never gone before because I'm celebrating an anniversary I've never had before. So I went to Puerto Rico, and that was a lot of fun out there in Puerto Rico. Those that know me, yes, I did find a hat while I was there. But something that intrigued me that fits in with government is I went and looked at their castles out there. They have this wall, and they built this wall back in the 15th century to protect themselves. Because out where they were, all these different mainland countries would come in and decided they wanted this island and they would try and take it over. So they got together and decided to build a wall around there to protect their country. It took 250 years to build this wall. And I was pretty impressed with that. And I thought, Council, thank you. I know our plans are usually just like 5-year plans. But if we do 5-year plans and do 10-year plans, we make those and we do that. And I know they had to have their leaders change over 250 years. And as our leaders change and we have that plan in place, we can actually accomplish these great things because we set a goal and we continue to work for it and don't keep changing. Because if they kept changing where that wall was going to be or to build it or not, they would never gotten the wall. And they may not be the country that they ended up becoming later on. So anyway, just a little history there. Graduation just happened. I got to go to a couple of the graduations, but before the high school graduations went, I went to DARE graduations. Yes, West Jordan supports DARE. And that is a fantastic program. We do it in all the elementary schools in West Jordan. We have fantastic officers that are able to do that. The kids learn about our officers, but more important, they learn how to make choices that will affect their lives, affect them throughout the rest of their lives. So I went to some of their graduations and looking forward to next year's. I also went to Copper Hills and West Jordan High School graduations. It was great. They were both at the same place, different times on the same day. I got to shake over 1,000 hands that day. We have some, I can tell you, seeing those youth, watching them, we are in good hands in the future. I hear people say, we're in trouble. What's going to happen in the future? We are in good hands. Look what our schools are putting out for our youth. Okay, now a couple of other things. One, the activity guide you talked about, hopefully you got it in the mail. If you didn't, see me. I have some extras. I'll give it to you. And if I give it to you and yours shows up in the mail, that's okay. Just pass it on to somebody else. This way you can figure out all the fun things you and your family want to do that happen in West Jordan throughout this summer. We'd love to have you there, and I look forward to seeing you at a lot of those places. As you hopefully you already know, even though you may or may not have seen it there, we're doing the food trucks again this year at Ronwood Park. Please come out to Ronwood Park on a Tuesday if you don't feel like fixing dinner, and you can have some dinner. Something else that is new for our city, our sustainability committee decided to put together an event called Bike with the Mayor. So that's going to happen on June 18th. And I invite you to come. That'll be at Ronwood Park as well at 9:30 in the morning. Bring your bike. All abilities are welcome. And let's go and do some bicycle riding on that day. Look forward to seeing you there. Thank you very much. That's my report.
Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Council. I would like Chief Wallentyne to give you an update, Greg Davenport and Isaac Astle. While the chief's walking up, though, let me take a minute and just tell you about some of the challenges our Parks Department are having. This has been a very, very, very challenging spring for the Parks Division. Since last season, we've had 58 backflow valves stolen out of parks. They hook up a car, yank it out of the ground. yank it out of the cage and try to recycle the brass. That causes our irrigation staff to spend their time repairing these backflow valves rather than doing other repairs in the parks. That's been a particularly challenging position to fill anyways in the Parks Department. And to have this take place has been particularly troublesome. For example, 6 were stolen this weekend, and 3 of those were live, fully charged, and so it flooded the park when that happened. Likewise, we have others who are taking it upon themselves to enforce conservation, and they're shutting off our sprinkler systems in our parks. So we'll have staff who will turn on the sprinkler system, set the watering schedule to the conservation levels we have planned. Someone will come behind them and turn off the valves or mess with the controls, and staff will get back to that park and find the lawn has died, and then we have to use more water. I know these are well-intended efforts, but we end up using more water trying to resurrect the grass in the process. Other well-intended efforts include instances where residents are taking it upon themselves to take riding lawnmowers into parks. In some cases, in areas where the lawn wasn't ready, we were putting in new sod in a new park, and it did major damage to our parks as we've been keeping the grass wet for the sod to take. And then finally, we have a major challenge with copper theft. So our parks aren't looking their best right now. It's a big challenge we have across the city. Our staff are working extremely hard and making really great gains, but I want you to know the battle that they're facing and the challenges that they're having as you look at our parks, and appreciate the staff that we have and the work that they're doing. So let me turn the time over to Chief Valentine to give you a report on a project they're working on in the police department, then Isaac, then Greg.
Choose the right. There you go. Thanks. Good evening, council members, council chair, and mayor, and Mr. Lee, and employers. That's like all of you. I work for you. We're gonna have some events in the police department. None of you are invited this summer. Yeah, sorry. Unlike the mayor, who's gonna go out and bike, we've got some events planned at the West Jordan Library, the Viridian Library, and also the Bingham Creek Library for July and August. Now that COVID has abated somewhat, we're going back to what is one of my favorite activities, and that's reading with the chief. Gathering the kids in the reading rooms there and reading books in both Spanish and English to our kids in the community. Now we're doing that. Okay, some of you were invited. Bring your kids. If you bring your kids, we'll give you cookies with the chief. You can bike with the mayor, work off those calories, and then come and join me, and we'll have the cookies to add them back on. We're doing that as part of just one facet of an effort to get gun locks into homes of our families in West Jordan. Now, I know that we're all very mindful of what has happened in Buffalo, in Uvalde, in so many other cities. I mean, thus far this year, 2022, we've seen 248 mass shootings. I'm not a member of Congress. I'm not a senator. I'm not the president. I can't impact nationwide gun control policy, and I wouldn't pretend to. I'm a supporter of the Second Amendment. I'm a sportsman. I enjoy eating elk that's harvested here in Utah, but I'm also a police officer who over the course of my career have responded and held a dead child shot with a unloaded, locked up. How did he get that gun? We had that gun locked up and it was unloaded. We never loaded, So we've got some efforts both here at the police department. People can come into the police department. Tony will be helping us with some messaging over the next couple of weeks and pick up a gun lock that have been provided to us by the National Shooting Sports Foundation. We've got a really good supply on hand and more coming in, but we're also going to be taking them to the communities in our libraries. Come and get cookies, and you can also have a gun lock. And if any of you can't get down to the police department, you can call up and make an appointment. We'll send a police officer out to that home and teach the individual how to use the gun lock and give them the gun lock. One thing that we often don't think about when we think about these mass shootings, the nation's deadliest school shooting in Newtown, Connecticut was committed with a stolen gun. that wasn't locked up. 10% of mass shootings in this country are committed with stolen guns that were not locked up. Now, I realize there's probably a lot of great sports people here and they probably have gun safes and lock them up, but there are people in our community that just don't think about grandpa's or dad's guns. And so it's an effort for us to address child safety, community safety in our community and do something that has a real impact. So if you want to come on Wednesdays in July, 10:30 at the Viridian Library over here, and then 11:15 at the Bingham Creek Library, you can come and read. We've got some great storybooks picked out for the kids, and then we'll have police officers there with cookies and be able to chat and give out gun locks and give out some fun stuff for kids, stickers and coloring books and those kind of things. We've also got some events planned for our parks where we'll go out and compete with the kids who want to eat nutritionally, and we'll hand out ice cream and safety stickers and safety information. I'm sorry if there are any parents here that like, you want your kids to eat healthy. This summer, I'm not about that, okay? I'm about connecting with kids, keeping them safe, and enjoying cookies and ice cream with them. I mean, I'm happy to answer any questions that council may have for the police department.
Councilmember Worthen.
Is there a place people can go to find the schedule of when you'll be at the library and doing cookies and other foods?
Watch our website. It'll be on the Facebook page. I'm waiting for Tanya to do some kind of a graphic. We don't want to put my face there. We're afraid that will scare people away. Yeah. But within about a week or so, we'll have the schedule up. It's every Wednesday starting in July and going through the middle of August. 10:30 at Viridian, 11:15, or excuse me, 10:30 at Viridian, 11:15 at Bingham Creek.
Councilmember McConaughey.
Thank you, Chair. Received a text from my wife that you should watch for our kids there. Thank you.
I know your kids. I'm happy to sugar them up and then stand back and watch.
My wife's the one bringing them, so
yeah.
For that moment, not my monkeys, not my circus. She can survive.
Okay.
Councilmember Green.
I was going to tell you, thanks for that email today.
Some good stuff there, wasn't it?
That was some great stuff.
Yeah.
For those of you that are sitting here, if you don't know, West Jordan Police Department is one of the only police departments in the nation that actually surveys people after they've had an encounter with the police. Even when they get pulled over, if you get pulled over in West Jordan City, expect to have the officer hand you a card and say, go fill out this survey about my customer service. And I will tell you, I did the other night and this is why I say this, and Ken, I want you to know this. I was at a local gas station down here on the corner. We won't mention it was Maverick. And one of your officers got out of his truck and I said, hey, thanks for what you're doing. Thanks for being, doing what you're doing in the city. We've had those discussions. And the first thing he did was he pulled out and he said, hey, would you mind taking a survey? I said, I don't need to do the survey. I get to read them. But it was great to see the fact that our police are not afraid of engaging with our citizens.
No, and I get those, and I received the number from people who are booked into jail. And sometimes they're actually there. You would be surprised how positive the folks who've been arrested and taken in jail respond to our officers after they've had a chance to think about it.
So did the people that get pulled over get to do a referral? I was like, refer a friend, please go visit.
Yeah, we could do that.
So thank you.
Thank you. And we appreciate the council's support and the mayor's support. I do want to just add one piece of information. I don't know if it's come to your attention. There's been some misinformation in the community about crossing guards for summer nutrition programs. Originally, the school district did not have funding to pay for crossing guards. They've been able to shift some funding. And as we speak right now, I've got two of my folks in an office in the police department calling around and arranging for crossing guards tomorrow. So although there was a blip, the school district came up with some money and that blip is being resolved. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Our chief's motto for his officers, what he instills in them is that you matter like I matter. Isn't that a great thing to have people think? We all matter. Thank you, Chief. Next up, Mr. Astle.
Thank you, council members. I just want to give you an update on the Western Stampede. We've got quite a few things in process right now. Improvements to the rodeo grounds, cleaning them up, getting them prepped are all underway. If you drive by, you'll notice we had some wind damage to some of the siding on the snack station, snack building with the restrooms. All of that's been repaired. And then we also made some, we matched the upper part of the skybox to match the rest of the rodeo grounds. So those have been completed recently. This year we do have a race that is happening on Saturday morning. That hasn't happened the last 2 years, if I understand. That will be happening on Saturday. And then the parade is well underway. Currently, we have 47 or 48 applicants to participate in that. And we are preparing to get your guys' resources ready and to go so you guys can be a participant as well. We are excited. I'm grateful for the all hands on deck effort that comes from working here in the city. Every department is involved with this year, which hasn't happened in previous years. So we're very grateful for that help and assistance. It is a team effort, and it'll be successful because of the people that are donating their time both on the committee and staff members. And we're excited to put on a good show for everybody. Any questions or
questions for Mr. Astle? I don't see any. Thank you.
I have a comment.
Oh,
not a
now she
question.
does.
Sorry, I had it. It was late. I just want to, thank you and the park workers that are out there. I see them. I have a park out towards the back of my yard, and I see them out there working really hard. I know they're under a lot of stress and strain. And any of you have teenagers or yourself wanting a nice part-time job, we're hiring. So check it out. We need as much help as we can get. These guys are super stretched thin, but they're doing an amazing job.
Thank you.
I just wanted to give you a quick update on the water use in West Jordan City for the year. I'm glad that I can be here on a day when Jordan Valley Water is also here. I don't want to steal any of their thunder, so I'll just give you a quick update. I just got records not too long ago, and for the month of May, the city was for the month of May, we were 28% under what we used last year for water use. Now, there are a lot of factors for that. There's conservation that our citizens are doing. We had some really good storms. We also had some lower temperatures. For the year, West Jordan City is 15% less than what we used last year. And if you remember last year, we were 10% under what we were the year before. So all our conservation efforts are really paying off this year, and the residents are responding to the message to conserve during the drought. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Davenport? No. Mr. Lee, do you have anything else?
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Kayleen, I apologize. Before we move on, I kind of want to take his privileges like he did. And
So
just
personal privilege?
Personal privilege. I want to follow up on the mayor's comment about the graduations. Yes, we did have Copper Hills in West Jordan, but there's also another school that sometimes gets forgotten or doesn't get represented that a lot of our students in West Jordan go to in the Jordan School District is Valley High School. I got the opportunity to go to their graduation, and I'll tell you, first of all, I was surprised at how many kids were represented there. There were several hundred students that were there, and these kids come from all kinds of disadvantages or challenges, and it really was humbling to watch these students get their diplomas. Some of them were homeless. We had one student that stood up and said that he was homeless before he got connected at Valley High School, and now he's up there and looking to go to college. So I just didn't want to forget about our students that have gone to Valley High and just give them a shout out for the struggles that they've endured and for graduating this year. So congratulations to all of them as well.
Great. The next on our agenda is a report from Jordan Valley Water District by Mr. Summers. Mr. Anderson, did you want to introduce?
Yeah, so Mr. Summers is the board member that was appointed by the city council to serve as the city representative on Jordan Valley Water Conservation or Conservancy District, and they are a water wholesaler for the city of West Jordan.
Thank you.
Welcome, Mr. Summers.
Thanks. It's good to be your representative on that Board of Trustees. It's good to be with you this evening, and I want to thank you for inviting me to City Council meeting. I want to acknowledge the assistance of the District's General Manager, Bart Forsyth, who is here, and his staff for their help with the slides and checking my report for accuracy in the information that I will present. The mayor and the city council gave me a short list of subjects to address in my report. First of all, how will West Jordan's water supply be impacted by the drought? Thank you. I got to remember the slide guy. First, let's look at West Jordan's water supply that comes from Jordan Valley, which is about 75 to 80% of the West Jordan's total water supply. The numbers in this slide there show that your contract amount was updated in June of last year. You now take 18,000, you're contracted to take 18,500 acre feet from West Jordan, plus the remediated water, which is the water from the treatment plant out to Kennicott of 1,500 for a total water supply from West Jordan of 20,000 acre feet. Your water delivered in 2021 was 20,066 acre feet. And as you probably know, your contract for 20,000 acre feet, but if you take over that, you've got 20% over the contract that you can take for the same price. Now let's look at the drought. The next slide, please. As you can see, there's quite a bit of difference in the years. The slides show the snow water equivalent. The green on the maps is 90 to 109% of normal water, snow water equivalent, which is a measure of the amount of water in the snowpack. So in 2020, we were in pretty good shape with 90 to 109% almost statewide. 2021 was a different story, with most of Jordan Valley's service area in the orange or in the yellow. This year, we're 2022 so far, we're in the orange for 50 to 69% of normal. So the year 2020 was mostly normal. Jordan Valley Water tracks this information on a continual basis, and as well as forecasts from NOAA and the Natural Resources Conservation Service, excuse me. Next slide, please. Thanks. Excuse me while I water up here. West Jordan has a drought contingency plan. And I understand West Jordan is working on its own drought contingency plan. Each year, the Drought Monitoring Committee, made up of the representatives of those 15 entities, meet to decide what restrictions are appropriate for the present situation. Each of the customer agencies are represented. This plan includes drought mitigation and response actions for each community within Jordan Valley Water Service area. Let's see, slide number 5. Next. Okay. The committee looks at water levels considered in Jordanelle, Deer Creek, and groundwater well sources. 10 members of the committee, it's highlighted in yellow on the map, on the chart there. 10 members of the committee voted to accept level 1 or moderate restrictions as appropriate for this water year, because 95% of Jordan Valley Water's allocation from Jordanelle is available 75 to 80% from Deer Creek. And sufficient groundwater is available to meet demand if we achieve 5 to 10% reduction in demand through conservation. We hope to achieve this reduction by continuing our TV spots. Last year, there was 555 of those. And webpage visits to slowtheflow.com. 76,000 visits were made on that website last year. This is the situation in the service area of Jordan Valley Water Conservancy District. It does not extend to other areas of the state. Weber Basin Water Conservancy District, for example, is under severe restrictions now. Water is available for irrigation starting in June in some areas and will be shut off in September. This is because the reservoirs in that river basin started the water year with nearly empty reservoirs. Jordan Valley is fortunate to have Deer Creek and Jordanelle reservoirs and wells with sufficient carryover capacity to see us through this year's drought. Jordan Valley Water encourages us all to continue our conservation mindset, because this drought may extend for another year or more. And if the drought continues, there could be mandatory restrictions next year. The city of West Jordan, let's see, next slide, please. West Jordan is to be commended for your adoption of the water efficiency standards developed by Jordan Valley Water. This adoption by all 15 of the customer agencies is the key to long-term conservation success, and subsequently to West Jordan and other West Side cities' ability to continue growing. The residential landscape standards in the water efficiency standards this picture gives you an idea of how attractive your lawn can be using landscaping by those landscaping standards. Now, the landscaping standards, I understand, have been incorporated into your landscape ordinance, and you're to be congratulated for that. There's 4 of our customer agencies are now in that program, have adopted the standards. Just reading from the slide there, lawn is designed as an open space and does not exceed 35% of the total landscaped area. It prohibits lawn and park strips and other narrow areas that are less than 8 feet wide. Drip irrigation is used in planting beds, and exceptions to these standards can be made in very small lot situations. Next question. What is the outlook for the long term and for new water sources? Looking long term at future water supplies, water conservation may be the most important future source. However, Jordan Valley Water will need to look to the Bear River, but that is not needed until 2050, approximately, given normal weather patterns and aggressive water conservation programs. Jordan Valley Water's 2019 Water Conservation Program update sets out our goal for water conservation to be 187 gallons per capita per day is the way we measure our success in conservation. 187 gallons per capita per day compared to 255 gallons per capita per day as of 2000. 2000 was the baseline for measuring our conservation progress. Reaching that goal will not be easy and will not happen automatically. It is notable, though, that last year, the bad year, the gallons per capita per day was 175. So we know we can reach the goal with wide support from our people. Next slide. Here we go. We have three programs that make up our water conservation plan: education, incentives, and regulation. And you can see on the slide there what all those are. I will just mention that water conservation plans, which I'm sure you have, is mandated by state legislation. Landscape ordinances, that's where the water efficiency standards come in. Plumbing standards, the legislature has been really good the last couple of years in enacting the plumbing code amendments and additions to make the plumbing code more water conservation friendly. Then, of course, there's secondary meters where a lot of money is being made available for putting meters on secondary systems. Next slide, please. I brag about this slide here every once in a while when I'm in meeting with the other trustees, because West Jordan is almost always number one in participation in these programs. Flip Your Strip, landscape consultations, local scapes rewards, toilet rebate program, and smart controller program. And I guess we should expect to be the most participating in these programs because we have most population. But still, West Jordan has got the spirit. I went walking last night in my neighborhood and found one of my neighbors had his grass all rolled up nice and neat and sitting on the sidewalk, by the sidewalk, ready to be hauled away, his whole front yard. And around the corner from that was another neighbor who has these little yellow flags all over the place where the sprinkler system heads are. And they're in the process of getting their lawns taken out, starting over. So it's catching on and we're doing a good job. Now, a couple of other questions was brought up by the council. How does Jordan Valley Water charge for unused water? So you got a take or pay contract with 18,500 acre feet. What if you only use 18,000? Question is asked, what if the city takes, say, 18,000 in a given year because residents and businesses in the city do a good job of conservation? The current take-or-pay contract requires that the city will pay for the full contract amount of 18,500 acre feet, but according to your district policy, you can carry over to the next year 5% of the unused water. Until recently, there has been very little discussion of policy for cases where one or more customer agencies takes less than the contract amount. Last year, 3 of the customer agencies used significantly less than their contracts. South Jordan City, for example, used less water to the tune of $200,000 they will pay for unused water. This started a discussion by the Board of Trustees and staff about how we deal with this new reality of deferred water. Deferred water is defined as the difference between the contract amount and the amount of water taken in a given year. The issue therefore is when a customer agency uses less than the contract amount because of effective water conservation performance. Should we defer the water provision of the contract? Should the deferred water conservation provisions be followed or modified? The Board of Trustees just this afternoon approved an amendment to the policy of deferred water to allow customer agencies like West Jordan or South Jordan or any of the others to defer water deliveries for 2 or 3 years, depending on the restriction level. You remember there was several restriction levels, and so the amount of water you can carry over if you use less is based on the restrictions. Now, I would hesitate to go any deeper into that question because we are just getting into that discussion. We've seen 2 or 3 discussions from staff on how they see that playing out, but it's still in its formation stage. What is the current situation for property taxes, water rates, and employee salaries? Jordan Valley Water is well into planning for the 2022-2023 budget years. Staff has recommended that Jordan Valley Water seek modest property tax increase, a modest property tax increase, and a 3.5% increase in water rates to Jordan Valley Water's wholesale and retail customers. However, City of West Jordan's change in rates is only 2.5. You wonder, how is that possible? This is the 4th lowest increase among all 15 of the customer agencies. The reason our city's rate increase is lower than 10 other cities and entities reflects well on the city's water system operators. Water rates are based on how each entity uses the extra capacity of the system's pipes, pumps, and reservoirs during the peak day of the year. Each entity can reduce their usage during this peak time by using their own sources during the hottest time of the year and less water from Jordan Valley Water. Just one other item and I'll be through. One of the major problems in setting water rates by government agencies, as you know, especially in drought-prone areas like Utah, is that when people take our advice to conserve water, the agency runs short of revenue and must raise rates and or taxes. Jordan Valley Water has taken the initiative to mitigate this problem by establishing a revenue stabilization fund. It is in this fund where we put any money left in any of the various departments at the end of the fiscal year, or if Jordan Valley Water delivers more than they budgeted, that extra money goes into the Revenue Stabilization Fund. This fund has been in existence for 2 years and recently holds over $8 million, which allows the rate adjustment to be significantly less than it would otherwise be. Next slide, please. Employee salaries. Employees' compensation market analysis was done when it was reported to the board on Monday. Pending market analysis by the board. Pending market analysis has been done. Pay raises will be between 8 and 10%, says 7. Approximately 1/2 the pay raise is already received by employees in March, because we've had a flow of employees leaving the district for higher paying jobs because of the inflation and the tight labor market. And you know from your own budget with the police department especially, that if you don't pay them enough money, they leave. The remaining pay raise will be given effective July 1, 2022. That's a pending board approval. We approved that today, so that's done. And that is my report.
Thank you. Are there questions from the council? Well, I have one. The legislature is looking at what we're going to do with the Great Salt Lake. And part of what they're looking at is diverting water to the Great Salt Lake. How will that affect our water supply?
I don't see any effect on our water supply. However, there are certain things that we can't do. Like, I think the last time I reported, you asked the question, why don't we use the water from the waste treatment plant to water golf courses or something? And I think the answer Bart gave you was that the water from the sewage plant, once it's cleaned up, goes back in the Great Salt Lake. And using that water for something else would affect the lake. But that's about all I can tell you.
Okay, are there any other questions for Mr. Summers? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we will move on. The next item on our agenda is public hearings. The first public hearing is to consider ordinance number 22-25 and ordinance number 22-26. A petition by Todd Ambry, Canyon Stone Capital, for approval of a master development agreement for Welby West, subject to approval of the general plan land use map amendment from neighborhood commercial to high density residential and rezoning approximately 11.54 acres from SC2 zone community shopping center and R110 single family 10,000 square foot minimum lot size to planned residential development high zone for Welby West, located on the northeast corner of 4800 West and 9000 South. If you're here to speak to this is a continuation of the public hearing that we held at our last meeting. The first card that I have is from Rachel Sanderson and then Ryan. So if you'll come up in that order, and then anyone else wishing to address the council will be asked to come to the lectern. So
Were they not going to present again?
they've already presented. They already presented at the last meeting. They'll have an opportunity at the end.
All right. Well, thanks again for another 3 minutes. Hello, my name is Rachel Sanderson. I live at 8957 South Black Pine Street. I'm right at the end of that road that red spruce would go right into. So just so you get an idea of where I'm from. I must say, I do not envy what you guys have to do. Your decisions affect people's livelihoods and homes, and I respect that. I also appreciate the fact that we live somewhere where we can voice our opinions, and you want to hear what we have to say and take that into consideration. I really appreciate that. I respect everyone's opinions here. I know that there are people that don't agree with me, and I still respect them because I realize that there are aspects of this are more important to some people that, things that are more important to me may not be as important to other people. So at the last meeting, I spoke a lot about overflow parking concerns down Black Pine Street. Please don't misread that. I do have concerns about other issues like traffic, home values, safety, etc. I will be the first person to tell you I don't understand all the city codes, but I feel like the city sees the big picture when it requires at least 20 acres to build the housing that is being requested. Since this is a less than 20 acre lot, code says the applicant has to reasonably show that the surrounding neighborhood will not be adversely affected by the granting of zone classification. I trust that there is a good reason West Jordan has the 20 acre guideline. I trust there is a good reason that the Planning and Zoning Commission forwarded this application with a negative recommendation back on April 19th. So we have to ask, has this applicant shown that there will be no adverse effect? I know that there are plenty of people in the neighborhood that seem to be saying, no, they have not. And on the other side, there are some neighbors who are okay with high density housing because they feel it's the lesser of two evils, wanting anything but commercial. At the 3 meetings that the developer held, they did their best to paint commercial as unappealing. But what I think people fail to know or remember is that there are 4 acres of 10,000 square foot lots in the current zoning, along with the 7 acres of commercial. I am okay with that, me personally. So I have to again ask the city council to not pass this high density rezoning. I'm afraid the landowner and developers are more concerned about the money to be made than the adverse effects the surrounding neighborhood will have to deal with long after they are gone. This doesn't mean I am not open to housing. Drop it to 50 houses or less, and I'll come and recommend it to myself to the city council to rezone the entire lot for 8,000 to 10,000 square foot lots. I appreciate your consideration in this matter.
Thank you.
My name is Ryan Corpy. I've lived in West Jordan for 25 years, directly on the north side of this proposed lot. I spent some time this week speaking to people up and down the streets. I don't think I made it to your home. We didn't hit that side street there. I spoke to over 100 people personally in the last 72 hours. No one was excited. Everybody was very upset. Everybody feels very lied to, deceived, clear even down to the posting of the public notice sign on 90th South halfway down the lot that you can't see driving past. So posting all of the information that's given to the public, everybody's really upset. So I unofficially represent at least 100 people that live within 3 to 4 houses of that general area. We don't want it. We just had a big long speech on water shortages. I'm sorry if there's not enough room for people to live in West Jordan if we can't have the utilities, the electrical grid, the streets, the safety for our kids with the school and the library, the water usage, the sewage treatment. All of those things are critical to live here. This is not the place for high density housing. We don't want it. We expect it to not be there. The 20-acre rule for a subdivision needs to be upheld. The public in this area is waking up. They're starting to show up and they're starting to get involved because they're very angry with it. So please do not let this come into our neighborhood. The crime studies say in Utah, 700% crime increase with high density housing. We don't want that. The traffic, the kids, we have speed bumps already going up and down the street to slow traffic down. We're going to put 76 homes, a bare minimum of 2 cars a home, 150 cars that have to come out in front of that library 2 to 3, 4 times a day. That's a lot of cars. We won't be able to make the left-hand turn out of there onto 90th South. There's too many cars. The benefits of this, there is none. Only to the contractor and the developer. I've been in construction for over 30 years as an electrician, as a contractor. These people are money grubbers. They're looking for the money. They're going to take the money and leave us with the problem. We don't want it. Please stop this. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience wishing to please come up to the lectern? You're welcome to form a line if you want, or you can just come one at a time.
Hi, my name is Jerry Cordova-Ong. I actually was one of the members of the General Plan Committee when I moved here in 1996. I believe this was called the Malmstrom property at one time. When we did this, and I just want to say thank you, Council. I don't come very often. I'm a very high visibility person, but the neighbors, I see some neighbors I haven't seen in a while. Thank you for coming. When I sat upstairs in that building doing this for a long time, for many years, this property was definitely set aside for shopping commercial. Very public to everybody. So when you're buying a house down the street, the lady, she knew what she was buying. She knew what was possible there. She did know it was going to possibly be a high density residential property change. So when we pull the rug from people like that, we as a whole community can't trust what we did 20, 30 years ago, to set the motion and plan for the general plan. And so that's hard for somebody to take. It puts distrust. I'm a Salt Lake County board member. I volunteer my time. I trust my individuals. I'm the state director for Utah, Nevada, and Idaho sports. I represent over 10,000 kids a year and probably 30,000 adults. These people talk and they believe in trust. If we can't trust you guys, which I do every day, I vote for you and I thank you for doing your job. We have to do some things that are tough. That means holding our line. Everybody knows it's a SC. If there's anybody that didn't know it was an SC, shame on you for not reviewing your, when you're fixing to buy. My daughters are grown up. I live less than a quarter mile. I live in the Welby ward, and that ward has been great to me. I'm non-Mormon, and it's been a great neighborhood. I was gladly accepted, readily accepted, and love being there. And I've been there. I mean, I was the first house in Dorley Acres. I bought the developer's home. It was that bad. We just couldn't get a house, and so let's step back. And gosh, I mean, I'm sorry if I can't trust you to do the right thing today, I'm not going to trust you in the future, and no one else will have that opportunity. My kids grew up there. My grandchildren just moved a month ago because they don't like the traffic here in Utah. I left LA to move here to Salt Lake City, and I loved it. And now I can't even get to Smith without going through 2 stoplights. Okay. I mean, I lived out west for a reason. I didn't move to Sandy. I could have. I came from California. I had a ton of money in your pocket. I didn't leave it in Sandy. I moved to West Jordan because it was peaceful. And I expect it to stay that way. I'm old. I'm retired. I don't have time to dealing with 150 cars or so and teenager drivers going up and down the street like crazy. So I would appreciate if you guys take that into consideration, what we did back in 1990s, early, and through the early 2000s. I sat on that committee. So, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you. We don't think you're old.
I look better now. I got left.
Yeah, my name is Nick Yates. I live right across the street from Rachel Sanderson, where I will be mostly impacted by this move. I've got a young 5-year-old and I've got a child on the way, and I'm already being told that he may not even be able to go to that school across the street from where I live. So by producing this many homes, I agree with everything that's been said tonight as far as everything goes. I disagree with it. I'm not happy with it. I did buy that home 4 years ago, knowing what that was zoned for. If I could go back and I knew it was zoned for high density, we would not have bought the property. With that being said, I did not buy the property because of how it was zoned. But if it changed to this zoning, that would have changed my decision. With traffic, I make that left-hand turn every day when I go to work to hit 90th South. That's going to be a nightmare. People zooming down the road, like he had mentioned, we have speed bumps already. That still doesn't even do the trick. And I do agree that this is just about money. Let's be honest. No one's dumb. They're pinching every dime they can. I get it. I'm a business guy, so I do understand that part of it, but there needs to be some equality here. Anyway, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else in the audience that wishes to address the council? Come on. Just state your name and city of residence, please.
Brandon Grable, West Jordan. I live a half mile down the street. Some of Rachel and Nick and some other neighbors I know of. Professionally, I work as a commercial appraiser, and I spend time as an expert witness in administrative courts. I've done that for 15 years. Commercial does have its place in a community. I just don't think this lot would be the best place for it. Conformity is a huge factor in appraisal practice, and it applies to development options. When you look at an aerial picture of the land in question, the 4 surrounding corners include residential, a library, and the vacant lot. The corner on 40th West and 90th includes a vacant lot, Smith's, Napa, and a small retail center with the big lots. The corner on 56th has a Maverick, 2 vacant corners owned by different credit unions, and a vacant corner that includes 33 acres of land owned by West Jordan's RDA. Why spend energy on this lot for commercial when you have 56th West and 40th as options? The question you as a council get to weigh is what is best for the neighborhood. Is the current mixed zoning of commercial and residential a complementary use? Would the proposed residential conform better to the surrounding area than what has been built? No matter what happens, one side of the conversation is going to be disappointed, but hopefully what is decided will be in the best interest of the neighborhood and the 13 homes that directly back the field. For the developer, the MDA has been approved. The maximum number of homes is 76. Some have thrown around a number of 63 or 64. And hopefully that establishes a range and something can be negotiated. It would be sad if residential is the best option and something cannot pass with that kind of a range that close. I see many situations all over the city and the county. Personally, I stand with the friends that back the law and want to see residential. For the current proposal, when I hear the word high density, I don't picture these homes as a high density development. I see a community similar to Daybreak. The proposed development doesn't even look like the stuff they are building around. If you look at JL Sorensen out in Harriman and the Harriman City Center, those are 2,200 square feet homes, townhomes on 0.04 acre lots. Those would be more like a high density development outside of the 3 to 5 story apartment buildings, which definitely are. With traffic being a concern and getting out of the neighborhood, I asked a few colleagues about traffic patterns and it was consistent. Retail and commercial uses are a magnet for traffic flow compared to residential. Office buildings may have a different influence, but the intent of SC-2 is not office. No matter what happens, traffic patterns will be impacted and anything is going to be higher than a farmed piece of ground. The question is, how much will the flow increase? With residential, it is the least impactful, and at least the developer has said UDOT is willing to adjust the timing on the left turn signal to ease the flow. My work experience leads me to believe residential is the most conforming use and will have the least impact. Yes, what we have known for 15 plus years will change, but the city and county is running out of land. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience wishes to come forth? Come ahead.
Thank you. My name is Bruce Edmond and I don't live in that area. I have relatives living in that area.
You live in the city?
Pardon?
What's your city of residence,
West
please?
Jordan.
Thank you.
20 years.
Awesome.
I wish I had the people like this when they built my subdivision. I guess I must live in a high density area. I got 0 lot lines. My lot butts up against my neighbor's garage. And back in the 80s, West Jordan must have built a lot of those kind of homes with really small lots. And so there's not a whole lot of parking in your driveway. My point is this. I've seen this based upon the information, and it looks like a pretty nice place. My area that I live in, I bet it's probably maybe half of the acreage, and there's 58 lots in there. There's very little sidewalks, which I'm sure you have to do that now. So as I'm looking at this, I'm thinking if your zoning people and your staff have looked at it and they think it's pretty good, they're professionals. I guess they know what they're doing. But my point is this: if you have something put together and it meets the needs and requirements that have been put forth by the city, and I understand people's reluctance because, 2 people can park, or 2 cars can park in the driveways where I live. One neighbor has 8 cars. Guess where he parks them? On the street. One has an RV. Guess what? Where it's parked. And my point is, you can have all these things in the world, but if there's no enforcement of it, what difference does it make? I lived for 20 years. Winter parking has never been enforced. Never. There's been accidents, yes. I don't have a sidewalk in front of my house. I go right, there's no park strip. You go right on the road. I see there's been a lot of retro speed bumps put in. Maybe we should have some speed bumps put on. I've got 2 schools. There's no sidewalks for the kids to walk on to speak of, very few. And I just want to put my 2 bits in saying, I don't envy your position because you have a tough job to do. But, if you're going to pass or not pass something, let's make it based upon, what's going to happen or what's going to happen to the people that live there. Life's miserable if you don't do it right. And so on my part of it is, you can put a place in, like you can put a place like this in, and it seems to me that they got a lot of things, taken care of. And I just attended the last meeting and my curiosity got to me. I had to come back, but I just hope you'll make the right decisions. And the point for me is that its enforcement of the codes
Time is
and
up.
things.
I'm
I
so
agree,
sorry.
and I thank you for that.
Thank you. We do have one person online. Deanne, if you would unmute yourself, you'll get 3 minutes.
Hello, can people
Hi.
hear me?
Yeah,
Can
will
you
you
hear
tell
me?
us yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm
If you'll
Deanne
give me
Brown,
your, great. And what
and
city
I've
do you live
lived
in?
here. I live in West Jordan. I've lived here for almost 23 years. And I planned on being here for probably the rest of my life. But my issue with this, well, there's lots of issues, but the traffic. I don't know if anybody's ever, I know they did the study in June, which nobody's in school in June. In 2021, which was a COVID year, not very many people were in school because they had the option to stay home and do online school. And so that lowered the amount of people that were going there actually. But it was June. No school was in session. How can you do an honest study in June when school is not even in? Because when I try to get out of that parking lot at Jordan Hills, turning right, it's almost impossible to get out onto the road and I need to turn left on 90th South and 40th West. Well, it's backed up going south and north, that you can't even pull out of the elementary school. So I don't know what they're thinking, that it's okay to add that many new homes, and then they're trying to get out of it's going to make it a nightmare to get out of there. It just is. That's just too many homes. I'm not opposed to residential, but that's 76 is way too many, because it will add over 100 cars pulling out at the same time I'm trying to get out of there. It's just not right to do that to us. It already takes us forever. And it's dangerous. I had a son that was killed in a car accident making a left-hand turn out of there. And anybody knows making a left-hand turn out of Pine Crossing is a nightmare. It is so hard to get out of Pine Crossing turning left. And you know how many young drivers there are going to that place is going to add to? It's just not safe. It's not fair to do that to us. And I bought my home knowing that it wasn't going to be that way. And so it's like a bait and switch. And that's wrong to do that to us that live there. Anyway, that's just my 2 cents.
Okay, thank you, Deanne. Next, we have Troy Mangan. Troy, are you there? If you'll unmute, you can talk and have 3 minutes.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I did send a letter in last night to the council. Hopefully you're all able to read that. So I won't necessarily readdress all that. It has been said from Brandon Grable there about the proper use of those two intersections at 5600 West and 9000 South, as well as 4000 West and 9000 South. Those are just set up for proper commercial use. I mean, if anybody looks at the lot that we're discussing for using commercial and compares it to the other two, easily they're going to choose to go to the other ones because they have better thoroughfare, easier access, more availability to the public. This lot isn't going to have any access off of 9000 South. We're talking about traffic issues, about how many vehicles are going to be coming and going, whether it's residential or commercial. You're looking at about the same amount of travel, but now you're adding semi trucks. They're going to be making deliveries in that area as well. That's going to be much more difficult for the neighborhood if you're having semi trucks added to the traffic issues that are going to be there, regardless of how that's developed. Right now, we don't have any traffic except for the mice. So this is going to be a great change either way, is to have that land developed. If you look south and see southwest and southeast of this area, West Jordan planned back in the day to put residential in. They also decided it was a good idea to put a library in that is for the residents. If you put commercial in here, that's just going to degrade what's all surrounding that. Homes is what will improve the area for everybody. Your home values, the neighborhood in general will be a better neighborhood because you have residents there that care or that can care about one another. And if you have an issue, you can take it up with a resident. Commercial buildings, residents that are in there, they don't care. If they have a problem, it's within their rights to keep doing business there. That's the way it is. They don't want to have to listen to you because it's not going to be in their best interest. So that's my 2 cents worth. I think it's better to have this development come in here where they've discussed things with us. I've been to every single meeting that they've had and all the meetings that I've been with you. I was planning on being there tonight, but I'm stuck at the hospital with family. So that's my 2 cents. Is I think we should vote for the high density since we're naming it that project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember McConaughey, can you find him and mute him? It disappeared. Thank you. All right. Is there anyone else that wishes to address this subject? Come forward.
My name's Kathy. My husband's Derek. We live in the neighborhood about 3 blocks away. Thanks for letting me talk. I appreciate the applicant's efforts he's made to try to accommodate the people of the existing neighborhood, but you have the choice, or you may approve the rezone request if, for a parcel smaller than 20 acres, if the applicant can reasonably show that the surrounding neighborhood will not be adversely affected by granting such zone classification. I'm deeply concerned that the neighborhood will be adversely affected, and here's why. First concern is the traffic. The egresses and ingresses so close together around the school can cause mayhem to already busy traffic pattern. The applicant submitted a traffic report of 4800 West that does not show the school traffic patterns because it was done on June 24th when school was not in session. Hales Engineering justified this date, falsely assuming peak traffic on Bangor Highway is what controls peak traffic on 4800 West instead of the school traffic. The second concern is the lack of diversity of architecture and how this will affect the appearance and the value of the current neighborhood. It states, PRD should incorporate a diversity of architectural design. A diversity of architecture creates timeless communities that do not become dated or go out of style. The drawing of the homes I've seen were not from a timeless community. Third concern is the Planning Commission gave the project a negative recommendation. Fourth concern is every home yard is part of the development's open space calculation. Fifth, no fenced yards and little control over your own yard. 75% of millennials think spending time outside in their yards is important. Another poll states that 90% of people buy a home for the sense of privacy and security. This does not work well without fences. Pets and people do not have a place of their own to be outside. They can wander freely near other houses. Thefts, dog bites, property damage are likely. Perhaps the homes would most likely then be bought by investors to become rental units, thus making the area more like apartments and less like the surrounding neighborhood. Seventh, the schools. I'm sure everyone remembers the school redistricting fight in 2018 to keep our little part of the neighborhood going to Copper Hills and West Hills. The school assumed that there would just be 14 homes on that lot and kept our area in our current schools. Now with 76 homes, we could face redistricting again. From the concerns I've stated and others that you'll hear tonight and have heard, I do not believe the applicant can show that the surrounding neighborhood will not be adversely affected as stated in Title 13. Therefore, I would kindly ask the council members to please leave the zoning as it currently stands and reject rezoning ordinances. I would, however, like to encourage the applicant to make a few more adjustments, come back to the table, because I think we could find enough compromise to satisfy all parties. Thank you.
Thank you. I saw someone else. Are you come forward?
Perfect. I don't have anything prepared. I just kind of speak from the heart.
Name and city of residence, please.
Oh, it's my first time, you know.
That's okay. It's scary too.
Yeah, you know. My name's Adam Worthington, West Jordan. Been there for 4.5 years. And I'm probably one of the youngest homeowners in the neighborhood. I bought my house 4 years ago when I was 25. And I bought it there because it was one of the nicest neighborhoods in West Jordan. And I think a lot of our people that live in the neighborhood bought it, the same homes for the same reason. We not only bought it there next to a field that needs to be developed at some point in time, but I don't think a lot of people want it to be commercial. I think we have enough strip malls, enough commercial around us between the district, between Jordan Landing, between 90th and 40th. Half those stores in there are already going out of business. I mean, you got nail salons, Subway, Little Caesars, and Big Lots. And they're all kind of struggling. I don't think adding more commercial is going to be an answer for our community and for our neighborhood. And I think one of the main concerns of me and my neighbors is that we want something similar to what we already have. And we want to keep our neighborhood nice because we bought it because it's a nice, probably one of the nicest neighborhoods in West Jordan. And I would like to see something similar to what we already have. Bigger lot sizes, nice homes, not this high density housing. Crime rates go up with high density. Most people in any circumstance, whether it's here, where they live in Alpine, Draper, they would oppose high density housing in their neighborhoods because they want something that matches. They don't want higher crime, and they want the right thing to be done. For me, when morals are compromised with money, your community falls. And I think it's important to remember what our morals were, what they are, what it's zoned for. And the 20-acre rule is in place for a reason, for the number of houses that they're trying to put in there. And I would just encourage you to remember your morals, remember what we're doing. And at the end of the day, more houses means more money. Less houses means less money for the developer. And I personally think we should remember to do what's best for the community. That's what we voted you guys in for. That's what we're asking you to do, is to make the best decision for our community so that, 20 years when I have a family, being the youngest guy in the neighborhood, I'm probably going to be there longest out of anybody in this room. Sorry, I probably have to attend all your funerals one day, but I'm going to be there the longest, and I want to be there the longest, and I want to raise my family there because it's a good place to be, and it has a long-term vision of success.
Time is up. Thank you very much. Thanks. Is there anyone else that wishes to address the council on this subject? Who? Oh, okay. Okay. Spencer, if you would like to talk, you need to unmute yourself and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, everybody. My name is Spencer Reel. I currently live in Taylorsville, and I am a teacher at West Hills Middle School. I want to respond in general to many of the comments, but I personally feel that you have been put in this position on City Council to make hard decisions for the city as a whole and to help navigate the broad city community into the future. I don't think that your role is to make sure that the people who currently live in the city are enriched. Now, I have a degree in economics, and there's an idea in economics called rent seeking. The idea is sort of like rents that you get when you're a landlord and a renter pays you money. Rent seeking is the behavior of manipulating public policy in order to enrich your own to your own benefit. We see this all the time with environmental regulation, where a business puts weight on public officials to make sure the rules are nice for them. And I'm sure there are many people in the room thinking, well, hang on, the developer's asking for their own special handout here so that they can be enriched personally. But I flip it around the other way and I say that every single resident of West Jordan who wants to make sure there are no new residents in West Jordan are doing this rent-seeking behavior, and they are specifically making it harder for more people to move in and for more homes to be built. I don't think it is the role of the West Jordan City Council to make sure that home values go up by 20 to 25% a year. Because think about what that's doing to people who don't currently live here or would like to live here. For the 100 people that a previous commenter pointed out were against this, I bet there are 76 people who might like to live in these homes that would be built. And your job is to make sure that you navigate the city into the future by letting developers build smaller buildings that require less water usage, not more. And this broadly accomplishes that goal. So please don't just listen to the very loud locals who are very upset. Please think about other people who might like to move in and join this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to address the council? Please state your name and city of residence.
It's Robert Thompson, Sandy. So I debated whether to stand up. Usually I don't at these meetings. I represent, I've worked with the family, the landowner, who is the Malmstroms, and then obviously the developer. And so it's interesting to hear the comments. I've been through, I don't know, hundreds of these meetings throughout the Wasatch Front, and it's always comes down to the same issues, traffic. And what's fascinating about this piece, which sets this one apart, is that it has a current SC2 zoning over the majority of the parcel. Now, as a property owner, they have property rights, and they have every right and ability to use that zoning to benefit from their land. They've owned it since the late 1800s. I can assure you that the landowner wants to do what's best for the family. Just like anyone here, if they sell their house, they're going to do what's best for their family and sell it at the fair market value based on what that house is. There's no difference with this landowner. And so we don't want to vilify and make the landowner look like there's some bad people. We would all do the same thing if we were in their same shoes. We have a major housing crisis in this state. 70% of the people cannot even afford, in Salt Lake County, cannot afford the median priced house. And it's only going to continue. And so it's interesting to see the rhetoric and what people think and how people come across, in that everyone in this room benefits from developers and home builders, because we all live in homes, as far as I know. And so it's interesting to say that we can stand back. Once we got our house, we can stand back and say, hey, I got mine. Yeah, I don't want anyone else to come in. I can assure you that the land has not ever been listed, but I can assure you that the calls and the amount of interest to do commercial, which no question in my mind, the people that are calling, the commercial impact will have a substantial impact, far greater than what this proposal is. This is a compromise. I think it meets a very delicate balance, but it is a compromise. If commercial based on the current zoning goes in, it'll have a substantial impact on traffic. Everything that comes through cannot come through 90, has to go right past the library and right past the school. So just wanted to make sure that that was loud and clear. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, come on up.
My name is Harrison Littledyke. I actually live in Springville. In full disclosure, I do work with the development team. But I merely wanted to talk about the product type. I live in a house exactly like this, in a community exactly like this, and I am not a criminal. You can check my background. I'm a very nice guy, but all of my neighbors, many of my peers, I have lunch with them weekly, catching up, seeing how things are going. And most of my friends are scratching to get into something. They have new kids, new families. They're fresh out of college with all this debt, and none of them can afford it, especially with the 5% interest rates right now. That took a lot of them out. The people in my neighborhood, what we talk about often is what's in our prayers every night. And that is that we have a place to raise our family, to call home. And I just hope that you can see this. This isn't necessarily high density. This is just making something more obtainable, something that we can grow. And, maybe we'll grow out of it, and then maybe we'll buy your house. If we love the community, why wouldn't we? But that's my 2 cents.
Okay, thank you. Well, it looks like we have Someone else online? Con. Feel free to.
It's Candace.
Candace. Oh, that's much easier than what it says.
Well, that's just the email name that's coming through, but I wasn't going to say anything, but I
Candace,
am just
what city? What's your last
West
name?
Jordan. I'm in West Jordan, right off of 48th and 90th as well.
Perfect. Go ahead.
But I mean, just what they're saying is ridiculous. No one's calling them a criminal. They wait to go last, acting like they're making some affordable housing. $700,000 per home is not affordable housing. And there's other land in West Jordan. That's really all I have to say. This is a bad place for it. And the rebuttal is ridiculous. But that's all from me.
Okay, thank you, Candace. Okay. Last call again. Come on up.
I have no problem having people find there's something, but not 76 somethings. And I'm Nicole Corpy, and I live in West Jordan, just north of there as well. My daughter has to always come up Pine Crossing to head to Copper Hills High School. And June is not the month to check traffic. She goes to and from school. I go out and head south and get on 90th to head to my job every day. That was not the time to do it. And winter, that little spell on Pine Crossing, winter, it turns to pure ice. And people try to whiz out there and make sure they try and June, the accidents will be horrendous. So have your something, but not 76 of them.
Thank you.
Can we get your name?
Thank you.
Okay. Come on up. I'm not going to say last again because y'all are making me a liar each time. Come on up.
You're a politician. That was understood. I'm just kidding. I am too. I'm talking about myself.
Talk about yourself, buddy.
Us and lawyers, never mind.
Good evening. My name is Kevin Snyder. I live in the development also at 48th and 90th. And it's interesting to me that it seems like all the people that are not against this proposal do not live in the area. And I don't need to repeat all the great things that everyone has brought up about this. But I think everyone has made very good points against this. And I don't understand, frankly, why there's even a decision here to be made. We talked about zoning. We have zoning for a reason. And it's to protect people's property. And so that cities do not become a mishmash. And if we're going to rezone this area, I think it should all be rezoned to R110. And the proposal for high density development, I mean, it's just, I don't know how many times we have to go through it. History has shown us that it always leads to increased crime, increased traffic, and it's just not appropriate for our area. So, thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, I am going to close the public hearing and bring it back to the council, but I have a question for council. Do we want to allow Mr. Ambry to address the council first? Yeah, okay. Mr. Ambry, is there anything you would like to add?
Yes. And thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, council, for your time, all the efforts. I'll even thank the neighbors. I know a lot of neighbors have spent a lot of time with us working through this plan, working through options, working through their concerns. And I know it doesn't feel like it today, but we spent a lot of time as well making adjustments and trying to make this a proposal that's fair and reasonable. I'm not going to repeat what we presented before. We're going to spend just a couple minutes.
We actually aren't going to allow a slideshow, so you're welcome to speak, but
Okay, that's
You
fine.
had the slideshow last time.
Oh, that's fine.
Okay.
That's fine. I did a really good job on the slides, though. They were.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. If we could just have our traffic engineer come up. I know there's a lot of questions. We took notes from the comments. We've read all the community emails and talked to basically everyone in this room except for a couple. We just want to have our traffic engineer respond to some of the comments to make sure that the facts are there, especially related to the timing of the study.
He's part of the applicant's team. I think it's okay. I don't. Normally, it's just the applicant that has the rebuttal period.
I'm happy to do it. That's fine. I just thought you'd want to hear from the professional, not myself. I'm happy to do it myself.
Well, if
I wore a
one of,
jacket
if one of my members would like to give me a motion to waive the rule and will allow them, then we can do that. Councilmember Pat.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I would motion to waive the rules so that we have an opportunity to have rebuttal commentary to answer questions and concerns brought up from these
Correct.
citizens.
And you want to allow the traffic?
Yes, because he would be part of the rebuttal and an expert to the rebuttal.
Okay.
I also have my attorney here who'd like to respond to a couple of the land use comments.
Does anyone want to second Councilmember Pax?
I'll second.
Okay. We have a motion on the table to allow the traffic is he an engineer?
Huh?
Traffic engineer to come up and address some of the traffic concerns by Councilmember Pack, a second by Councilmember Jacob. I would like this to be a roll call vote, please, Cindy. Yeah, go
Point of
ahead.
order. Which rule exactly are we suspending?
Go ahead, Calvin.
Typically, it's the developer, the applicant has the ability to do the rebuttal. I'm not sure but that's.
I would rather vote and be safe than not.
Chair, if I may read
Yes.
from council rules, this is section 3.07. Number 8, the applicant may be provided a final opportunity to address the council and respond to items raised during the public hearing. The chair shall place a time limit on the applicant's final comment period. The chair may summarize questions for the applicant to aid in focus and clarity. And the applicant should note that this final opportunity is to respond to questions is not additional presentation time. I do not think you need to suspend the rules, and I think depending on what you would like to do, you can allow him to speak based on that rule 3.07.
Okay.
So you're saying the applicants, Rob, Mr. Wall, will you weigh in? The rule says applicant. Does that include applicants, contractors, and employees?
I think you can interpret that way if you'd like. It's up to the council of a whole to interpret your rules. It's not clear in the rules, so whatever you decide the interpretation is what it is.
Chris's.
I'm okay with a little more liberal interpretation of applicant, but I am curious on timeline. The limitation on time to respond.
And we might as well gather all the information. So I'm okay with the liberal interpretation of applicant, if that's what the rule and Rob are okay with, but I think we do need to limit the time. We're not gonna go.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table. Does Councilmember Pack want to withdraw his motion?
So withdrawn. Thank you.
That has to be with the permission.
And yes, okay. Okay, so I will give you, Mr. I will give you 5 minutes for your traffic engineer and 5 minutes for your attorney.
Okay, great.
Cindy, will you please set the timer? Thank you.
So I'm Scotty Duclos. I'm with Hales Engineering, the ones that did the traffic report for this. So I just wanted to address many of the concerns that have been brought up, a lot of which seem to be mischaracterizations of our report. There was a comment brought up that our report was done in June. While our initial report was done in June, we updated it in September with school counts taken on the second or third week at the beginning of school for this last school year. So we then took drone footage on 3 different occasions to confirm the simulation models from those traffic counts with what we were observing in the real world situations to see how long the queues backed up, access situations, all that has been confirmed. Simulation model was accurate to what we were observing. There was a lot of concerns regarding the amount of traffic being added to the roadway. This development with 76 homes is only anticipated to add an additional 60 AM peak hour trips and 76 evening peak hour trips. That includes both cars going in and out of the development. So each one of those would be a single trip. There's a lot of concerns about the housing development and how much traffic and safety harm it would concern, but then it also seems like the commercial land use wants to be added. Commercial land use is typically about 7 times more traffic than a residential home development of this size. So it seems like all of the safety concerns are negated by the commercial land use for this zoning. There was some current concerns regarding left turn traffic. Based off of our traffic counts and off of the drone footage, there were about 10 minutes, maybe even less, of traffic where vehicles were going in and out of the school in the morning peak hour, where queues backed up past the exit of the school. This cleared out within 2 cycle lights of the 90th South, 48th West intersection. And the drone footage confirmed that there were very limited failures for people to get through that signal. There was a question regarding the amount of traffic this will add to the surrounding neighborhood to the east. There's no exit or entrance into the neighborhood from that direction. It's anticipated that almost all of the traffic generated from this development will access out the main access to 48th West. We might see a few cars going through the neighborhood. And then lastly, based off of the trip counts that we're anticipating from this housing development, and the traffic that's already out in front of the school, this housing development will only add 3% of traffic volumes to the road in front of the school, which is very minimal. Again, for a commercial access there, you're looking at major safety and traffic concerns. So I think that all of the traffic concerns that were brought up.
Thank you.
Chair?
Yes.
Can I ask a quick clarifying question?
Sure.
You mentioned in there that the primary access is going to be to 4800 West, implying that there won't be will there not be a connection to Basalt Pine Drive then?
There is an access on the east side, but there's no way to get out of the neighborhood to the east. So cars are not likely to drive east around
the north and then west.
Yes, they would all likely go out to the west.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Madam Chair, members of the council, my name is Bruce Beard. I'm counsel for the project. I'll try to speak quickly. Thank you for giving me 5 minutes. I hope I don't take it all, but you'll apologize if I speak a little quickly. First, I'm going to try to address the live comments, the written comments, and the website comments as well. I'm not going to be able to address all of them, but I will try to address some of them. I'm going to try to hit the highlights of them. First, I'm going to address the parking. Parking here is 2 parking stalls plus 2 in the driveway plus 16 guest parking. I would suggest to you that that's far more parking that is dedicated to the subdivision than is normally the case in a subdivision. You don't normally get that. You get the 2 plus 2, but you don't get the 16. So the parking is not an issue. I don't believe the parking's going to spill over any more than I believe the rabid dogs are going to spill over from this neighborhood to the other house. I've done this for a long time. I've never heard a website saying that dogs from one neighborhood are going to cause dog bites in another neighborhood, but I'll skip that one for a second. Second, there were some comments on the website that the roads would not comply with city standards. That's absolutely 100% false. The roads have to comply with city standards. Your engineers will make sure they comply with city standards. Some of the roads are in fact public roads. The main backbone road is a public road. The statements in the website that say there's no public roads is simply false. The statement that says they will not comply with city standards is completely false. The statements on the website that said there's not adequate public services, that's completely false. Your staff reports show that there's adequate public services. The MDA provides a way to ensure that nothing will be built until the water problem is solved, and that's in process and will be done very shortly. But until then, there's nothing that's going to happen. So those are the very simple ones. The couple of other issues, the commercial simply doesn't work on this site. It never has. Nobody used it for commercial. And I would ask you to take a look at what I'm going to call a counterfactual. Imagine if I was here standing up in front of you, asking for this property to be zoned to allow a Quick Quack, a Starbucks, and a Maverick. Imagine the hundreds of people that would be out here protesting that was going to ruin their neighborhood. We're not asking for that. We're asking for the exact opposite of that. We're asking for a traffic count that is essentially the same, that was professionally done, that does not cause any traffic impact. Now I want to take a second and address rezonings. I would dare to say that pretty much everyone who lives in West Jordan lives on a piece of property that was at one time rezoned from its original zone to allow the development in which the houses now live. I would be shocked if there's very few people that live there. There's a reason that zoning changes. There's a reason that it happens. In 1997, when the master plan was created, Bangor Highway didn't exist. The district didn't exist. The landing didn't exist. The population of West Jordan was, according to the United States Census, 68,336. As of now, it's 117,000. Things change. Affordability changes. Desires and needs for houses change. Water demand changes. Traffic changes. That's why there's a process for zone changes. The process here says there's a presumption that 20 acres is okay. But it specifically provides 20 acres is not a magic number. If there's a provision that says we need to reasonably show you that there won't be any negative effects. We believe we have reasonably showed you with a traffic study that there's no negative effects. There's no testimony that there's some speculation. There's no testimony of a diminution in value. The fact, I'm going to go back to the website for a minute. All of this, we hate HOAs. Well, a lot of people live in HOAs. That's utterly irrelevant. The fact is that people will choose to live here and they will want to live here. It's a reasonably priced alternative. And I think I've pretty much addressed everything. I would point out that we did make a request to make a one-sentence amendment to the signed MDA to dealing with assignments of the NBA. I understand that would not be considered tonight. I just wanted to bring it up that we understand that might be considered at the time you actually take an action item on this. I don't think I have anything. Oh, the schools, the basic answer is there's state law provisions that schools are not a consideration in rezoning. I just wanted to bring that up for the record. It's not an appropriate rezoning consideration. And let me make sure I've got everything in
4 seconds.
I guess I have everything, Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I just wanted to close. I appreciate you guys giving us a little bit of time to discuss those. We recognize that there was quite a bit of commentary. The whole website, we know there's a number of emails that have been sent in, and we've met with a number of neighbors. I think that it comes down to, at the end of the day, sorry, was there? Okay, sorry. At the end of the day, I think it's really interesting. We've gone through all the details. We've talked about all the concerns, all the opinions. At the end of the day, it comes down to density, and we get that. We're homeowners. We live in neighborhoods. We have surrounding uses. We have families. I have 4 kids. We get it. We get it. We've met with these neighbors 3 times to try and figure out what is that happy medium? Where is that at? And we've heard numbers of 50, we've heard numbers of 55, we've heard numbers of 63, 68, 72. I mean, I've heard lots of different numbers. And at the end of the day, we looked at it and we said, what does that mean? What does it mean if you go from 76, we started at 108, which is irrelevant at this point, but getting it down 30% to 76 will take down another 2 or 4 or 6 or 10 or 13. What does that mean? When you look at the proposed future land use map, everything around us is medium density meaning up to 5.5 units per acre. That's 63 lots. So if you look at that math, I think someone brought that up. We're talking about the difference between 63 and 76, 13 lots. What does that do? Does that reduce traffic? Does it reduce impact on schools? Does it increase crime? All the things that have been brought up. Does it really do that? No. The only thing that it does is increase the cost of the land, which increases the cost of the home and makes it harder for people like Spencer Real and other, people who can't afford 700,000 or 800,000 in today's market. Are these criminals? No. We were those people one day. We lived in those homes and we saw it, just like Harrison said. I know he's part of our team, but he's relevant. He's the future of West Jordan. He's the future of Utah. I have kids who I believe are the future of Utah. And all we're saying is they can't afford 700. Can they afford 550? Probably not, but it's better than 700. And at the end of the day, if all we're debating is 10 or 12 or 13 lots, whatever the number is, and the only thing we get out of it is more expensive housing, I guess that's the question we need to ask ourselves. Is that really what we want? Is that what we're aiming for? If there was some real fact here, there was some real concern, then we would be happy to address it. If there was something that we really felt was going to be an impact, dogs biting or parking in adjacent neighborhoods or whatever the concerns were, we have met and would continue to meet to resolve those issues. But again, everything we've heard are opinions. Everything we've heard are conjecture. And we want to make sure that we're dealing with the facts and hopefully everyone knows that we're reasonable. We've tried to do our best to work through this and come up with a reasonable solution. We met with 8 neighbors last night who backed the property. There's 14 homes that backed the property adjacent to it. There's only 2 that have expressed concern. The rest of them are in support of it. I know we heard from one of them, Troy Mang, and he said he thought 95% of his neighbors would rather see this residential development than see a commercial development. And again, we get it. We're not proposing commercial tonight. It's just that's what it's currently zoned. We appreciate your consideration. We appreciate the time that you spent on it. I know this has been a lot of time and effort and emails and calls. We think it's reasonable and we respectfully request support. And we promise that we'll do a great job and we'll build a great project and it'll be a benefit to these residents. It won't be a detriment. It won't bring down property values. It won't bring in criminals. It'll bring in great young families who want to grow and live in West Jordan. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. All right, I will now bring it back to the council. This will be a hard decision for our council. I appreciate all of you coming and sharing. As the applicant mentioned, we cannot legally take into effect the school or the school population, but there are other things that we can. So I think it's in order. So Councilmember McConaughey.
Thank you, Chair. A lot of thoughts. I'm still kind of on the fence. I'm hoping by sharing what's going through my mind, the rest of the council will be able to make arguments one way or the other that help me come to a conclusion. I can tell you that the most memorable comments tonight had to have come from Mr. Worthington. Adam, that was awesome. listening to your comments earlier. That'll stick with me for a while. Glad that you're going to be in the city for quite some time. The page or so of notes, I know this is going to take a minute, but I want to go through because people have been good enough about giving us their time so we could hear them. I want you to know exactly what's going through my mind. First off, when we look at something that comes to the city council, I look at the recommendation from the planning commission. This one's a little weird to me because the motion to make a positive recommendation failed, but there wasn't a negative recommendation. It was split 3-3. They were missing a person. So I don't put much weight in that other than it was a very difficult decision for them as well. Looking at the current zoning, SC2, this is a really tricky location for retail. Smaller retail locations have historically had problems, and small footprints don't often thrive. This particular location is smack between Mountain View Corridor and Bangor, with just over a mile to each. You've got 1.18 miles to Mountain View Corridor, 1.25 miles to Bangor. And this parcel is likely not enough to be a significant draw. We've seen better positioned retail at locations that were previously considered prime struggle to thrive and go dark for a time. I'm thinking of 90th and Redwood. I'm thinking of 70th and Redwood. Retail's changed over the last 20 years, and the smaller locations tend to be retail that's more of a chore than a destination. And those chore retail stores really don't do well. What does do well is the destination retail, where people want to go for lots of options for experiences, things like Jordan Landing or Gardner Village, or beyond our borders, the district, Jordan Commons, Farmington Station. I really don't think SC2 long-term would be ideal for this location. So in my mind, I'm more concerned that if we were to remain with the current zoning, and we were to require that, I think it's just a matter of time before it's a fight to prevent blight there. So I'm open to a request for rezone. So that starts the question, what is appropriate here? Most likely residential to try and match what's nearby. We do have the questions about, let's see, I can skip that section right there. Trying to match the neighborhood as much as possible. Is kind of where I think we'd like to be, but economics have made it a little difficult with the price of dirt and the price of construction to match exactly what's there to the north. That becomes incredibly expensive. And when you start looking at homes that would be in that price range, I'm not sure that right off of 90th would be the appropriate location for those. So I'm okay to doing something a little bit smaller, but it still needs to match. When I hear high density, a proposal for high density, the first thing that comes to mind is multifamily. And I don't think multifamily would be appropriate here. So I appreciate the consideration for single family residential. And like the applicant brought up at the end, or his final comments, at the end of the day, it comes down to density. I am concerned with traffic, probably not in the same way as many of you here, though. I've done some traffic observations for elementary schools right near where I'm at, and flown the drone up there for way longer than I should have. And it's kind of interesting. The morning drop-offs, you do see a lot of traffic come through, but the average time per vehicle is relatively short. Most are under 3 minutes, as people would pull up alongside and then move on, or as they pull into the drop-off zone and then head out. Where it was problematic was more at pickup, which happily is not on peak hours, but that's when you see the average time per car. I didn't calculate fully the average time per car because most of them were over 10 minutes, because you get parents that get there early, you get some that park 4 feet off the curb. It becomes very problematic. Happily, it's not at rush hour, so it shouldn't be as impactful. But I kind of understand the concern there. Here, we're lucky because the elementary school is on the opposite side of the street. Plus, there's a library right there, where I'm sure some folks are likely trying to use parking to help mitigate some of the street traffic. But school parking or school pickup is always a nightmare. I definitely understand that. I am concerned, though, with well, the other thing with traffic is you're looking at the location of Pine Crossing Drive to come out to turn south. The folks coming off Pine Crossing are going to be an advantage to get into the road to head down towards 90th. So they'll already be in the road. They'll already have the right of way over those who are moving into this new development. The folks in the new development are going to have to fight and have an even more difficult time than you guys have described trying to get into 48th West as they're heading toward 90th. Which makes me think, you know what, if I were living there, how likely would I be to go to the east exit and go ahead and go up and around, so I could also come off Pine Crossing? So I am kind of worried about impact there. I'm not sure that everybody will just head to the west. I think we might get a little more traffic going to the east. So that's one thing running through my mind. We want to make sure that any change in zoning, it's brought up that we want to make sure that it's not a negative impact on the existing development. That's a difficult one to weigh as well, because when you look at the current zoning, I think SC2 would be more negative than some sort of residential. So finding the right balance, figuring out what it should be. That's kind of where I still have a question mark. What's the right balance? What's the right density? I think residential is the answer here. And I think we're on the right path. As we've been shown, the idea of the single family homes versus multifamily. I like the idea of single family. I think my biggest issue is probably going to be traffic, but I'd be very interested to hear what the rest of the council think. That's what's running through my mind. Hopefully that helps you see what I'm saying, and I'd love to hear your thoughts. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Pat.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councilmember McConaughey. In a similar vein, I'd like to express thoughts of where I currently am, recognizing and anticipating that our discussion and deliberation tonight will take quite some time. I know that this has gone on for months, and we certainly don't want to rush through it. It's been my honor to have numerous phone calls with the developer, with many proponents of the application, with many opponents of the application. And thank you, everyone, for being here, whether online or in person. I know that church meetings have been canceled. You're missing ball games. I'm missing the New Kids on the Block concert. Come on, I'm a child of the 80s. So, you know,
That's not a hardship.
All right. Either way, hopefully you'd be able to get to know us. I think that there's an inherent distrust of politicians, where I think that we think of ourselves as community servants in this capacity, wanting to do what's right, putting the land to the highest and best use possible. So I'm hesitant on some polar terms to think that all people of one certain type are this or that. And it's easy to have some fear, and I'm not trying to say anything besmirching of anyone. I appreciate all of the input from different points of view, because then we minimize blind spots when we have different perspectives. So I'd request your indulgence. Usually in meetings, I do try to do a lot more listening than speaking, recognizing that this is in the district that I serve. I hope that you'll be patient as I strive to articulate my thoughts and emotions. And I feel when you do so, you understand what you should be doing. And this might help in other feedback that we have. I'm grateful for residents who did the same at meetings, the neighborhood meetings that I went to. It was nice whether you were initially for or against the development, with questions and concerns coming to that meeting, expressing, oh, I thought one thing, but now I've heard ideas from the other. And it was nice to see that there wasn't a doubling down, but more of an open-minded approach to try to figure out how can we make this worse. And understandably, you can't please all the people all the time. And if you try to do that, then nobody's pleased. But I'm grateful to have responded to emails, phone calls, meetings up to 6:30 p.m. tonight, to let you know a little bit about me. This isn't about me, it's about you, but to let you understand where I'm coming from. I'm pro-business and I'm pro-single family home. I concur that when we hear high density, it seems that the immediate idea is to defer to a high-rise project that's multifamily. These are single detached homes, and I want to try to differentiate between opinions and facts. And sometimes that's a hard thing to do. Of course, there are opportunity costs, pros and cons, either way. So I'm trying to look at this objectively and not subjective, trying to check out traffic and safety and the motivation of the comments that have been made. For instance, it is definitely true, and I want to reiterate, that we can't consider any impact to the school. If you want that to change, please contact your state legislature and tell them not to listen to the lobbyists from developers and other special interests that have made that the case. So we can't consider whether this is going to overcrowd the school. It would be illegal of us to do so. Now, what I can do is infer that if Jordan Hills Elementary has a dearth of students, and therefore the ALPS program goes in there, that there's a dearth of young families in the community. And it enriches a community when we have a diversity of population in the area. It might be a wives' tale, still don't know, if we can get a cut into the road on 90th South. I still have not seen a letter of rejection from UDOT. But this might be perpetuated. Maybe that is something that can happen, maybe not. We just don't know that at this time. Now, what I can infer, though, is that if there is an opportunity to have a 9000 South entrance, it would probably just be one direction. That would favor residential and commercial. But if you can't have it, wow, is that going to be an albatross to commercial when you can only access it from 4800 West. That's definitely going to be a consideration. We talk about crime in the area. The statistics that I've seen, and I know you know, 10 out of every 9 people can construe statistics how they want, right? So if you get what I'm saying. On traffic studies and on crime, there's less crime in residential, then there's multi-use, then there's commercial. And I want everyone to know that my mom lived in the Welby neighborhood for 20 years. I live right on 4800 West. I've been there for 25 years. I've walked my kids to school on 4800 West for 15 years. I probably waved to a lot of you while doing that. I've been the PTA president at Jordan Hills Elementary and on their community council. I do real estate, so I understand from a developer's standpoint what's going on. Now, I'm not beholden to real estate developers. I'm an entrepreneur. Part of my education, I know some here in the room have the same, a Master of Public Administration. So trying to figure out the community impact. But then I have a degree in business administration. So I understand that trying to mix this private and public partnership can be very tricky. I believe that homes are more sustainable than a business. Being an entrepreneur, I know 9 out of 10 businesses can go out of business very soon. And that does make a blight on the community. It's hard to sustain. And I want to recognize that these are affordable homes. We're trying to offer affordable homes, not low income homes. You got a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom home, 2-car garage. So as you see, I'm trying to offer some pros and cons here. I'm not trying to be wishy-washy, but to let you know where I am. If we go to less density, well, now you've got, let's say, a $750,000 home or an $800,000 home that prices out the people where it would make more sense that they live there, which would be someone with a young family adjacent to an elementary school, church, library. To me, it makes more sense to have some starter homes there. But currently, gosh, $800,000 home, you'd need a $3,500 house payment and $150,000 down. You know, that's going to be pretty tough. So a 1/4 acre lot doesn't make sense to me. To have it similar to the adjacent community, yes, but it doesn't need to be exactly synonymous with it. So the citizen David Pack, the resident David Pack would say, yes, I'd like to have affordable housing. I'd like for my daughter who's up at Utah State to be able to move next to me. But she's already said, Dad, I need to move out of state. I can't afford anything here. Of course, the city standards would be followed. That's mandated. These are families that would probably put down roots. You know, as you look at single family homes, probably going to be there for a while. The developer needed 15% open space. Currently, I see 20, but I understand devil's advocate while you're counting the yards. Okay, I understand, but you got smaller lots. Yes, less utility costs, play area, community gardens. Parking, yes, there's pros and cons there we've talked about, but nothing's perfect. So even though as a resident, I see it one way, I recognize and view my role as an elected official 2 ways. It's like a double-edged sword that you have entrusted me to make hard decisions on your behalf. The other side is you want to be listened to and have your input taken into consideration. So I don't want to do what's politically expedient. I want to do what's best for the community. And obviously the community, we have all different sides, more than 2 sides. There's all these different sides. So how do you actually make a decision when there's diametrically opposed viewpoints? So my philosophy of leadership and service is when there's this big of a split, that it makes sense to have as much input as we can from the people that we trust in the capacities that we've entrusted them. So what I mean by that is we've had multiple generations of general plan committees on which I served for 3 years for one of them that have designated this zone for this particular purpose. Yes, do zones get outdated? Yes, but multiple iterations of general plans have said this is what we should have here. Multiple generations of land use committees have said that. The current city code says that. I served on the planning commission for 6 years, and I was a little miffed when city council didn't follow our recommendation. And I can see what's mentioned as a 3-3 vote, but that is still a negative recommendation from Planning Commission. So you've got the rights of the property owners versus the rights of the adjacent property owners, but everything that's already set in place is leading to a negative recommendation. The grass can seem greener on the other side until you climb the fence and then realize it needs to be watered there, because currently I just want to bring up, if I'm not mistaken, that permitted uses for the current owner of the property would be, they could put in a car wash if they want. That doesn't go through Planning Commission or City Council. That's a permitted use. So I don't know if any of you have seen the Dutch Brothers coffee situation in Jordan Landing, where there were long lines. There's going to be longer lines for a coffee house than there would be for pickup and drop off for an elementary school if we look at what's happened when you try to get a business where the only point of ingress and egress is on 4800 West. So you want to be careful on, you know, which way do you push? You don't want one thing, but then that means that something else could come in that could be less desirable. So I know that there's a lot of pros and cons. That's why I wanted to hopefully speak first. I apologize for the length of that, but to let you know where I am, and now I want to listen, as I said that I would do, so that anyone that has any other viewpoints can help me finalize a decision. To me, it's like when you go to a family reunion, you've got a big gumball machine, and you tell people, take a guess at how many gumballs are in there. It's statistically proven that the aggregate average of everybody's guess is going to be more similar to the actual number of gumballs in there than any one person's actual guess, if you do it time and time again. So that's why I'm trying to get all of this feedback. So thank you, Chair, for your indulgence.
Okay, Councilmember Green.
Okay, thanks. We're going to have fun tonight, aren't we? Let me start out with this. We have attorneys across this state that would litigate when we don't follow the city ordinances, and then they'll claim that our decisions were arbitrary and capricious and that they should get somehow an advantage. But it seems to be okay when a developer submits plans that do not follow code, they get multiple advantages, and then that's okay. I will not let that happen. And I'm going to go through the code and tell you why I believe that this development violates the code. And if we vote to approve it, we in the same turn will be making an arbitrary and capricious decision because we are not following the code. That's also a slippery slope because it sends a message to other developers that says, that's okay, West Jordan doesn't follow the code. Go in, they'll do whatever you want because code doesn't mean anything to them. The code means everything and we will follow it. At least I will. My job is to come up with the best development that we can, given the circumstances. For those that say West Jordan City Council is not housing friendly, I will beg to differ. This council over the last 2 or 3 years, last 2 years at least, has authorized developments that have approved somewhere in the neighborhood of 6,000 homes in this city. If you do the average of 3.3 persons per home, we've created a town the size of Midvale or Union on the west side, Midvale and Union on the west side of West Jordan. So you can't accuse us of being housing friendly. Now I'm going to go through a couple other things. First, presumptions. There's a presumption here that the current land use map is valid. That presumption is there. And developer needs to overcome that presumption. Do I believe that commercial is probably not appropriate on that piece of land? Yes, and I would tell you that the presumption of validity has probably been overcome on the 7 acres of that's zoned SC2. Has the presumption of validity on the R110 on the other 4 acres been proven? No. But let me go through a couple other things. First, I will disagree with the developer that they've met the reasonably negative effect standard, because I think the number of people that have talked tonight show that it's got a reasonable negative effect. And I will remind everybody that we can rely on the concerns of the citizens to make decisions. That's well-established case law in this state. Now, let's go to a couple of things in the West Jordan City Code. Planned developments are supposed to create an attractive and more desirable environment in the city. I would say that's reasonably debatable. Number two, in the overall intent of a planned residential development zone is allow a variety of uses and structures. Does not meet the intent. It requires, in number three, to encourage imaginative concepts in design of the neighborhood, housing, and mixed-use projects. It does not create any sort of imaginative concept. It's 76 houses put on alleys. It's supposed to provide flexibility in the location of the buildings on the land. It does not. It does not facilitate, in my opinion, or encourage social and community interaction and activity among those who live within the neighborhood, because the neighborhood includes the surrounding property, in my opinion. It does not encourage the creation of a distinctive visual character and identity for this planned development. Number seven, it doesn't produce a market balanced and coordinated mixture of residential units in this neighborhood. Number eight, we're supposed to encourage a range of housing types, including owner and renter occupied. It does not meet that requirement. Skip number nine, it doesn't matter. Number 10, it's supposed to provide land for community and public at large for recreation and social purposes. It does not. Whether it achieves physical and aesthetic integration of the uses and activities within each development, I think that's reasonably debatable. I think number 12, developing a pedestrian circulation network separated from vehicular roadways to create linkage between residential areas, open space, and recreational areas and public-private facilities. I do not believe that meets the intent. Number 13, planned developments are best realized in large-scale developments, and therefore development on a large plan scale is required. Yes, there's the 20-acre issue, and we can find separately, but I don't think it meets the intent of that code. Number 14, it does not ensure compatibility and coordination of the development with the existing and proposed surrounding land use areas. We have medium density on the whole map, and we'll have a little bit of box that's high density. That's not compatible. Number 15, and this one's very important. It's supposed to plan for a minimum of 5%, no more of 10% of the overall development count as affordable housing. Affordable housing shall be integrated into the neighborhoods of comparatively sized market homes. There is no discussion in any sort of master development plan for affordable housing to meet the planned residential development. As I go through the rest of this, I will tell you that the open space requirement, using front yards without a sidewalk through the front yard, does not qualify under the ordinance as open space requirement. What I will tell you is that it requires the dedication of open space, and the ordinance specifically says what the uses shall be used for, and the use of open space is limited to natural areas, agricultural uses, garden plots, greenways, waterways, pedestrian ways, trails, bike paths, recreation areas designed for specific recreational areas as parks, athletic fields, tot lots, playgrounds, tennis courts, similar facilities. And in another section, it says that the 15% has to be dedicated as an open park. Now, here's the kicker, and we'll go into this. 13-5Z-7 requires the development plan. The development plan that we have before us does not meet the requirements of the city's development plan. And in fact, the ordinance says specifically that a developer seeking city approval of a development plan shall follow the submittal requirements as outlined in subsections 13-5J-10, B through E of the chapter. And then it also refers to the same subsection when it deals with density buy-ups that this developer wants to do. Now, let me go through a couple of the other issues, and then I'll hit 13-5J-10 on what the development plan requires in that particular section, particularly when it talks about bonus density and a couple of other things. Like I said before, and I will reiterate, the design review committee on this one made a negative recommendation. Planning commission made a negative recommendation. I think 2 for 2. I don't think that all those people can be wrong. As I mentioned before, you can't use yards as open space. This includes a high density island. The master development plan only shows 2 designs. Nothing with the garages that face the street is required by ordinance. There's no sidewalks in the development between the houses. As I mentioned, it's violation of the open space. The requirement, I'll go back to that. We still don't have a decent grading plan. There was one plan that the developer was talking about raising the buildings and raising the slope on the north end of the building so it would drain to the south. To the south. There's also another plan that can hook to the city infrastructure. There's no discussion of that in the master development plan, and so I'm uncomfortable approving a master development plan that would allow the houses on the north side to be someplace between, at least at my estimates, anywhere between 3 and 10 feet higher than the existing neighborhood. So no. Some of the open space appears to be park strips. And my other concern is the streets don't line up with the entrances. And we got 2 entrances across the street in the middle, nothing lines up. But let me go through on the bonus density in the ordinance. And it requires a description on exactly how the criterion is met, the purpose and improvement of the amenity, what is being installed to meet the criterion, and why. And then it goes through, and if you look, the site plan still has on it that it's a 10-foot trail. If we approve that master plan, we're violating the ordinance and giving them a leeway because the ordinance requires a 12-foot trail and it's still on there. I also have another concern that the standard turnaround for length of street is about 150 feet, if I understand the fire code. And there are a couple of those streets on the north side that have a bunch of properties that if they're 40 feet wide, then the street is at least 50 feet long. If they're 70 feet wide, we're up into the 280 feet, and there are no hammerheads or fire department turnarounds. The lighting plan, if you look at 5-J-10, when it talks about the plans and the descriptions, it specifically says fencing and wall. Explain all fencing, wall restrictions and or requirements for the proposed development, indicate placement, height, maintenance, and an elevation of each type of proposed wall or fence. We do not have that in the master development plan. In the lighting, it specifically says, explain all pedestrian lighting restriction or requirements for the proposed development, indicate placement, height, style, and maintenance responsibilities. An elevation profile of each type of proposed light base, and fixture is required. It is not in the master development plan. This master development plan is very sketchy, so that the developer, I'm gonna say this, I'm cynical because we've seen this happen in the city before. Well, it's not in the master development plan. You can't hold us accountable. It's got to be there or we violate city code. It's supposed to explain in detail the proposed network of landscaping. It's supposed to explain in detail the number and placements of each dwelling structure type. There shall be a direct reference on the plan to the specific buildings, building elevations. I believe inside here, it actually requires that we're supposed to have an elevation with all the sides of the building, particularly since a bunch of the buildings actually face the street, and the street that requires the garage to have architectural design so that you're not looking at an ugly garage. So at the end of the day, this does not meet code. I cannot in good conscience vote for this because it does not meet code. And you know, honestly, it almost offends me when we have developers who come in and say, but it's okay. We're just adding a few more houses. Don't worry about your code. To me, it's about the code. This country is supposed to be set in a rule of law. Well, let's follow it. If we can't follow it, we amend it. I was with the Planning Commission last night. We create, and it got favorably passed out from the Planning Commission. Council will see this in a few weeks. It's a whole new housing ordinance, specifically designed for one part of it, specifically designed for infill projects that allows some integrated uses on that property. We will modify ordinances to make things work, but this doesn't work under the current ordinance. I'm sorry. You've heard my objections. I hope my objections have helped sway you, Councilmember Pack and Councilmember McConaughey, that the master development plan is so sketchy. If you remember, and I know there's a difference in the size of developments, but we approved Jones Ranch, and the master development plan with design book was somewhere in the neighborhood of a 4-inch binder. They had a good master development plan. This 6 or 7 pages that refers to city code and saying, well, the city code's our design guide, that doesn't work. Master development plans are supposed to be detailed because it's a contract between the developer and the city. And the looser you have that development contract, the master development plan, the more that the developer will try to say, sorry, that we didn't commit to that in this development. And for the trust of the for neighborhoods, particularly in infill projects. I mean, we had a 500-page master development plan for a neighborhood that had no neighbors. And we're trying to infill a project with a master development plan that these neighbors can't rely on because it's so sketchy. It doesn't meet code. And I will refuse to vote for that. So there's my 2 cents for the night.
I think that was more than 2 cents, but whatever. Councilmember Worthen.
And I get to follow it. Okay, I'm not going to recite any code because that's Kelvin's job. We like to let him do that because he's really good at it. He's he is, that's his thing. Okay, but I'm going to warn you all right now. I am from back east originally. So yes, I do have that very direct personality. So what I say is what I mean. Okay. So I want to warn you right now, although I have lived in West Jordan since I was 10 years old. In fact, I grew up on 40th and 84th, which was the boonies. There was nothing else further west, and Jordan Landing was a farmhouse. So I've been here pretty much the majority of my life, but you can't take the personality out of the East Coast heart, right? So first off, the high density comments, that's stereotyping. Don't do that. Are all blondes dumb? Are all people with dark skin a certain way? I mean, come on, people. I mean, you know, high density does not necessarily bring crime. Low income does not necessarily bring crime. I grew up in a mobile home park. That's high density and low income. My mom was a school teacher and my dad was a maintenance worker. Good, honest people. So please don't do that. It's not fair. I mean, it just isn't. And I was more offended by those comments, but I will tell you, I look at things definitely different. I mean, maybe I don't look at them differently, but I look at them the way I look at them. I was voted in to represent your voice. Majority rules, like it or not. So the majority of people that come to me and say, I want something a certain way, I vote that way. Does it matter if I believe you're right or wrong? No, it doesn't. If I think we should put apartments on that corner and you don't want that there, you live there. And the majority of the emails, the comments, the calls, everything that I got was, we're okay with houses, not this many houses. That's the way I go. So I'm going to make it simple for you guys. I listened. I heard what you're saying. The majority of the people that who responded and were sending everything, that's what I heard. Houses are fine, not this many. So that's the way I'm going.
Councilmember Jacob.
Thank you. We've gone right down the road. This has been kind of fun.
Signed up at the right time.
This is interesting. This is I went to a meeting the developer held, a community meeting at the library back in December. Yeah, you were there.
Yeah,
yeah,
December.
It was in December, and at that time I think they were proposing 105, 108 homes, something like that. It was a lot. It was ridiculous. And I told them I don't like your plan, and that's fine. What I will say is I've probably received more emails and comments and messages in opposition than in favor, but I will say that I've received a lot more emails, phone calls, messages in favor of this project from neighbors than I usually do for projects like this. And I want to give credit where credit is due. The developer has done a good job of meeting with the neighborhood. That doesn't happen a lot. Usually the first time you meet a developer when a project like this is proposed is at this meeting. And then it's, button heads and nobody's had a chance to compromise on anything. And the developer's been buttering up the council for 6 months and the council's all ready to vote for it. And then the neighborhood comes out with pitchforks and torches and puts us in a really uncomfortable position because we were all like thinking that it was a good thing. And then the neighborhood shows up. So I want to give credit where credit is due. The developer has done a very good job of being in touch with the neighborhood and compromising, I've got to say. If this whole neighborhood was R18 or R110, you'd be looking at 50 to 60 homes. And they started at 100 and whatever and came to halfway, right? 70, whatever is halfway. I got to say that is a process that is not usually followed by developers. And I'm grateful that happened. I wish every developer would do that. It makes our job easier when that happens because then you get more people on board with you. Now, they didn't do that good of a job because not everybody's on board. A couple of points that have been brought up. Traffic, I don't give a lot of credence to traffic concerns. I understand there's always going to be one more car with every new person who moves in who's over 16 years old. I get it. I live in a neighborhood about this dense, about this size, with about this many homes. We have 80 something homes on about 10 acres. Traffic is not a problem in our neighborhood. It's just not. Now, I don't live right across the street from an elementary school, so there's that. But getting out of our neighborhood is not a problem. Morning, noon, night, it doesn't matter. Now, the city screwed up this whole neighborhood because the railroad tracks on the east side of this neighborhood. There's no other way out of this neighborhood except for 4800 West. I think this has been a problem since long before all your all's houses were built. I got stuck in that neighborhood once when I first moved to West Jordan. I got stuck in traffic on 4800 West, and I thought, well, I'm just going to cut through the neighborhood.
Good luck.
You all know how that happened. I ended up right back where I started and in a worse off position than if I had just stayed there. About 5 minutes later, by the way, because I can't find my way through that neighborhood. None of the streets go where they're supposed to. Anyway, I know you guys live there. Alan lives there. I get it. The two things in the code that concern me, most of the objections that Kelvin raised, I think are debatable. They're a little bit subjective. And I think we need to fix that in our code. We got a lot of subjective. There was a lot of, in my opinion, it doesn't, in my opinion, it doesn't. Well, in my opinion, some of those do. But there are two that don't, and that I'll agree with you. There's not a variety of structures, and there's not a range of housing types. That's obvious. I don't think anybody can argue that. I don't think the number of houses is necessarily wrong. I don't love the design of the neighborhood. I think you could have done a lot more creativity with that, but that's just my opinion. I'm generally a free market guy. If you're gonna develop houses, you have to sell them, which means somebody's gonna have to want to live there. If you build something nobody wants, you suck as a developer. I mean, it's just true. So I think, and housing affordability has been mentioned several times. There's no such thing. I'm sorry. No such thing as housing affordability these days. If you can afford the house you're in, lucky you. Now, most of us can't. So I was all prepared to vote in favor of this, but those two things that Kelvin brought up, as far as the variety of structures, range of housing types, I think are an issue. I'll just leave it at that.
Councilmember Bloom.
Well, I don't want to echo too much what everybody said. It's already been a long night, and I commend every single one of you guys for being here. And I hope that some of you are eventually future general planning commission, even city council members, because we need your voices. So thank you for being here. Thank you for sitting through all of this. Like all of us in city council, we have been working through this project for many months, meeting with developers, meeting with you guys, reading every single email, balancing the pros and cons, giving suggestions, all of that. And it's been a lot, and it is a very, very difficult decision. At the end of the day, if I could afford it, I would probably like to buy a house in this neighborhood. You guys are amazing. But like many of us, there's no way I can even afford it at all. I appreciate, like Councilmember Jacob said, the developer has been working with you guys and has been making a lot of changes. I think there's some more changes that could be made. But at the end of the day, this is much better than commercial. We do need housing. We desperately need housing in our state. And I appreciate all the hard work that's been going on both sides. And I think everything else that other council members have said has already been said, and I appreciate everything that's going on. And again, this is a very difficult decision, and that's where I'm at.
Thank you. All right, now I will take my turn. I, like Kelvin, went through the code because as I was reading the documents that were sent to me, I was concerned. And I thought, does this really work? I sent emails to staff to get clarification. I will try to not repeat everything Kelvin said, but most of what he said I also have on my papers because I'm a paper person. What is shown doesn't appear to be imaginative nor creative. Open spaces are not consolidated. They are spread out on small areas along the major road. That's a concern. Your dog park's right on your major road. In 13.5C, allow a variety, as we've said. What we got in our packet was a picture of two houses that, to me, I had a hard time telling what was what. And they didn't show front loading garages, and the plan that I got didn't show alleys. So that's a concern. Number 8, encourage a range of housing, only single family housing. So what we're being asked to do is change a zone to this zone that I'm going through, and we're not meeting this zone. Provide land for community and public at large for recreation and social purposes. Nothing that I see in this development would provide anything for the public at large. If I lived there and you brought your dog there and you didn't live there, I would probably be a little bit ticked because it would be me paying that HOA fee. And that's another thing I'd like to bring up. We keep talking about housing affordability. We all know these are not going to be affordable houses. But the other thing to think about if I move into a community and I have a house payment and then I have an HOA, maybe I could have a little bit more land. My house payment would be a little more, but I wouldn't have the HOA. So I think there's two ways to look at that. On 13, what did I have? Oh, it just doesn't meet the size. And the problem is this was meant for a large scale, which makes it really hard on a small scale to incorporate what you need to in that zone. Kelvin mentioned there, you're supposed to have at least 5%, no more than 10% affordable housing. That's what we've been talking about a lot during these discussions is affordable housing, yet there is none. And I'm not going to go through everything because we've already talked about a lot of it, but as has been mentioned, I've heard from lots and lots of people. In fact, let me give you a hint. We all have other jobs. So if you really want us to read your emails, don't send them on the day of the meeting at 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 o'clock, because we're getting ready to quit our first job to come here. So I know more have come, but my quick tally earlier, what I've received were 21 opposed and 6 in favor. I've heard a lot of, there's a very few that would like to keep the commercial. What I also want to share is that we have a general plan. I don't see the man now. He said he served on the general plan committee a few years back. Well, we have another general plan committee that's working right now. And I would be surprised if they kept commercial in the new general plan for future land use. I just would, because what I've been told over and over and over by developers is, well, that commercial piece has sat there for 10 years. Nobody's going to do it. It sat there for 30 years. Nobody's going to develop it in commercial. That's why we need to have housing there. Usually I don't agree with them, but this one I might agree with that. The trail system is also an issue. It's required to be a 12-foot trail. He's putting in a trail, but from what I can read, it's only 11 foot. I went online and looked to see what West Jordan's average price home is. And I took this from Xander Real Estate because I know Tamara. And the average sales price is $577,000. So when we say affordable, like people have said, that's tough, right? And it was mentioned the design review committee said no. They thought it was a good development, but not for this location. Recital 6, developed in phases, that concerns me. It's 11 acres. I don't know why we would have to have that in our MDA. The other one that concerns me is what was given to us is, and we've been told by our staff that there should be water available, but what it says is water availability is contingent on council approving lower standards that staff is to propose. The state has changed what's required for water, and staff is going to propose that. But if I voted yes on this, I'm voting on this saying there will be water based on a future vote that hasn't been taken yet. I love the idea of building a community that will be inclusive and work well with the existing community. I don't think we're here. And I think we've heard enough between how it doesn't meet code. And Kelvin alluded to this, but one of my questions was, where's the design guidebook in this? I can't find it. The reason I couldn't find it is partly because I'm getting older and the font was really small and it said design guidebook and then just had our city code. I don't feel that that's appropriate. I feel like you need to show me what you really are planning to produce, because that way I can hold you accountable. So tonight, clearly you can probably tell where my vote will be. Mr. Wall.
Yes.
Do you have anything you want to, advice you want to give us, or do we just go to the MDA and vote?
You're free to go to the application and vote.
Okay. All right. Mr. Anderson, I don't know if that's in order, Mr. Anderson. I don't believe so. You want to withdraw your application at this point? We're not going to table, are we? Is that what you're asking us to table it? Mr. Wall?
That's certainly within your purview. You can approve the application, deny the application, continue consideration by tabling it. My only recommendation would be if you table it for a time certain, not table it indefinitely.
Okay.
And the reason for that is to, first of all, not keep the residents hanging, not keep the developer hanging, but also that I know the developer knows this. His attorney actually helped write the law. There's a provision in the state code that if you table it, the developer can ask for an up or down vote within a certain period of time. So it really does you no good to table it indefinitely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Pack.
Oh, thank you, Chair. That this was prior to asking Mr. Wall. I was just going to say that I understand. Thank you. Yes, I served on the DRC Design Review Committee. I've been a homeowners association president. I understand. So I see that side. The other side, I just want to give fair deference that when we talk about the preponderance of negative sentiment relative to the email volume that we've received, it's obvious to see when some are template emails sent by a social platform that might be negative toward high density. And so we do vet those to see where do these people really live? Are they in the community? How close are they? Are they affected by this? So we do understand that. So thank you for the objective criteria versus subjective conjecture, as I was mentioning, trying to figure out, where do we base this decision? So I just want to make sure that there's due process and deference to both sides, which I feel that we've done this evening. Thank you for leading the discussion, Chair.
Council Member Jacob.
I'm going to go ahead and make the motion to table. No, you speak after the motion. That's fine. Motion to table to a future council meeting no later than September 30th.
Okay,
That's 90 days-ish.
Council Member Worthen.
I actually.
Right now, the only thing we can do is have a second. Is that what you're?
Well, no, that's why I said that on my comments before he did that.
If nobody seconds, then you can comment on it.
If nobody seconds, the motion dies and then you'll be able to comment.
I'll second.
Thanks, Pam.
Okay, we have a motion on the table to table for until September.
No later than September 30th.
No later than September 30th by Council Member Jacob, a second by Council Member Bloom. Discussion to the motion.
Now.
Council Member
Hopefully I'm
Worthen.
okay to say what what I was going to say is to that. I appreciate the fact that the developer is listening, and I hope everybody in the audience and people that are listening in the neighborhood are hearing that. He wants to work with, and he has been. I mean, I think you guys have done this all the way. It's still a work in progress. And I mean, it shows that, they do want a home. So that shows some faith in you, and vice versa, that you're showing faith in them. So I very much appreciate that. So yeah, I'd go for the table too.
Council Member Green.
I don't support a table. And the reason why I don't support a table is that I don't think it's fair to the developer or to the citizens to continue this. Because my question is, what happens if we continue this for 3 months? Developer spent a whole lot more time and energy and money, and we still deny it. That's not fair to them. It's not fair to the neighbors to be in suspense for another 3 months. And so I don't like the idea of tabling. I really don't.
Council Member Pack.
Thank you, Chair. Again, I want to be respectful, open-minded, trying to understand. I'm unsure of what would be accomplished by wanting to continue this. The initial the initial development idea was 108 homes down to 98, now 76. In my conversations with the developer, he said, maybe we can go 72, but it's seeming like if you go down to the 50s, it's already been mentioned that doesn't work for the developer, but that's what the community might want. But then there's still question of commercial versus residential. So I don't see reworking this, making it work. It would need to be a whole different application with a whole different plan. But help me. What am I missing there? Thank you.
Councilmember Bloom.
I'm in favor of tabling it because it sounds like there is just a couple issues that need to get resolved. And once that resolved, we're going to have the majority of us willing to get these houses in. And if it takes tabling it just a short time more to make that happen, I think that is beneficial for both the developer and for the existing residents to make that happen, because we're all trying to make this happen. And to do so, we have to do it right. And if that means waiting another few weeks to another month, then let's do it. And let's do this right so we can get these houses done. I mean, I get it. The longer we wait, the more frustrating it is, but we want to do this right. So let's fix these last couple of issues. Let's make this neighborhood work, and let's get these houses going so that we can have people moving in here and continuing making West Jordan be where we want to live.
Councilmember Green.
From day one, I've said PRDM works. Medium residential planned medium density planned residential unit of 5.5 units per acre works. That's 63 homes. It works. If they wanted to read, if the proposal before us was not PRDH, but was PRDM, my vote's probably different if the master development plan met the requirements of code. What I'm thinking, and honestly, by the time September rolls around, integrated housing ordinance probably passed by this council. And if there's a change, then that needs to probably take a new application. The difficulty is, in my mind, is still, where do you, PRDM works, PRDH does not. And I just don't think it's fair to people. If we're doing, the other thing is that I made a couple of mentions of what the master development plan requires. Elevations for lights, lighting plan, elevation of fences, fence plans. Generally, the design review committee and the planning commission get a shot at that. Well, we want to try to push all of that through, that we have people look at lighting designs and fence designs and what other redesigns might happen. I know it's not required to send it back. I see Rob's head nodding. It's not a requirement to send it back, but dang, I mean, I'm sorry, but what you're asking for is, we're in the bottom of the ninth inning. You've got 2 outs. Two runners on, and you want to say, well, you know what? We're on the wrong field. Let's go play football. So that's where I'm at.
Okay.
I was just going to add, Chair Whitelock, that the council is not required to send it back. Doesn't mean you can't choose to. You certainly have that option.
Yeah.
Send it back to the planning commission.
My concern is similar to Councilmember Green's, but there's also an added problem that I have is we have what's called the land use committee, and this plan came to the land use committee, and we made recommendations basically saying, go to the other plan, and they didn't want to. And so for me, they're not going to be able to make PDRH work here. It just, there's too many problems with not having enough space to make all of that work. So I will be voting in opposition to the motion on the table. I just think that in order to make it, I would love to see a great development there. And I know you can create a great development. But I just don't think reworking this one is the answer. Councilmember Pack.
Thank you, Chair. And I do appreciate divergent points of view. So thank you, Councilmember Bloom, when you're saying that there's just a couple of issues to work through. In my mind, the recitations that we've had tonight, there's a laundry list of issues that need to be resolved. And I wonder if that can actually be resolved within the current application. So I'm having trouble reconciling that as to if that would be compatible and workable, or if it needs to be a whole new application. Thank you.
And there's one thing that I think we should understand, Council. In that document, they have 10 years to actually build. So it's not like they have to build this tomorrow. Maybe they would, but they don't have to. Councilmember Jacob.
Thank you. Good points brought up. I appreciate the discussion, and I'm glad people wanted to speak to the motion. The point of tabling this, though, it's not up to us to decide what if the developer wants to come back with a different application that we say, hey, by the way, if you talk to the land use committee, you could have gotten an M, but you can't get an H. He stood up, he just asked for some time to work on it. If he works on it and decides that, you know what, I can't make it work with an H, I'll come back with a new application. That's fine. We don't, because we're tabling it for 90 days, he can withdraw it at any time between now and the 90 days if he wants to come back with a new application. It is the developers, we're putting the ball back in the developer's court. Try again, work a little harder, flesh out your development plan, do all the stuff, come back. We'll give you 90 days. If you can do it, great. If you can't do it, then, you know, back to the drawing board or whatever. It's tabling it for 90 days, I don't think, or till September 30th, which is actually like 103 days or whatever. I don't think is going to be detrimental to anything anybody said. All the concerns that you brought up can still happen if we decide to table this. But I'd be curious to let the developer have another shot at this, one more shot to see if he can hit a bullseye that they haven't been able to hit yet. I'm willing to put another arrow in the quiver and say, try it again. We'll see you in 90 days and let's see what you come up with. Maybe there's a magic bullet out there they can come up with. I don't know. If there's not, it doesn't do us any harm saying 90 days. I appreciate the residents waiting as long as they have. Like I said, I went to the neighborhood community meeting in December. I think your patience has been much more tested sitting here for 3.5 hours tonight. I apologize for the long-windedness of myself and my colleagues. We sometimes like to talk a lot. Anyway, that's so I just, again, speaking in favor of the motion to table, I think it just gives the developer a shot at it without us artificially limiting what may be able to be thought of. Anyway.
It does give the developer more time. It also causes the residents, as Councilmember Green pointed out, to have 90 more days.
The field will stay empty for those 90 days, I promise. Won't be any more
you'll
traffic.
probably be over there four-wheeling.
Well, and I just wonder, you know, the developer comes back and it doesn't meet the code and we shoot it down. How much time have they wasted? If that's a risk they're willing to take, I guess.
Councilmember Pack.
Well, thank you. And so if I'm understanding correctly, as I'm trying to think through this process, whether it's tabled or let's say that in denial, where then either way, the residents would have to come back for any other application to vote on that. So either way, we're going to have to do this again. And to show good faith to the applicant for all his time and effort, I can see since we're going to have to do this again anyway, it would be respectful to see if there's a workable solution.
Councilmember McConaughey.
Thank you, Chair. I could be in favor of tabling, but I would want it to be renoticed through the full process with the mailers, the sign out there, make sure everybody understands where it's going to be. Honestly, I kind of fall in line with Councilmember Green, where things have changed since this was heard by other groups. I'd like to get the Planning Commission's buy-in or perspective on what's out there now, but I could be amenable to a tabling as long as we renotice it fully.
Well, we closed the public hearing, so it would have to be renoticed, right?
Only if you decide to have public hearing again. The law doesn't require that you have public
Okay.
hearing.
Yeah, we could just
Okay.
continue it and bring it as a business item later, which I don't want to
Okay.
do.
Well, then do you want that? Do you want to provide a substitute motion? Okay,
And Council,
Mr. Wall.
sorry, Chair Whitelock, the motion was to table to no later than September 30th. Okay.
Councilmember Pack.
Thank you. Sorry, I just want to ensure that we give full disclosure and transparency because that's been considered a perception that we might not be noticing that there's a little sign on 9,000 South. If we table it, there's not going to be a re-noticing, correct?
We can require that.
You could require whatever type of noticing you'd like.
And I know that that costs money to the city, but to be above board, fully transparent, I think it would be in our best interest to ensure that it is noticed so that no one's left in the dark or feeling like we're trying to do something without public.
Would you
knowledge.
like to have a substitute motion with that in your motion? Would you like to give that?
Sure, if whoever tendered the was it Councilmember Jacob?
Yes.
Who offered the motion? I would.
You can present a substitute motion.
Thank you. May I please present a substitute motion that would be synonymous with Councilmember Jacob's motion with the additional provision that this be publicly noticed as a public hearing so that there's more transparency and communication with residents.
When it comes back to council.
When it comes back to council. Yes, please. Thank you.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a first by Councilmember Pack and a second by Councilmember Jacob. Cindy, let's have a vote, please. We are voting on the motion. The motion is to table until September 30th, no later than September 30th, and that when the meeting occurs, there will be a public noticing done
For
with a public hearing.
So you're noticing you're voting to have table it no later than September 30th. And you intend to hold another public hearing prior to your decision.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. And okay, that works.
We should find those. 2 weeks.
Okay.
And Cindy, did you get who made the motion in the second? Okay.
It's roll call vote. Are we ready?
Oh, excuse me. Chair
Okay.
Whitelock,
Yes, we have a motion on the table.
you may want me to clarify this before
Okay.
you vote. Larry Gardner, the city planner, indicates that in the code, a sign on the property is no longer required. So if you want another sign up there, you'll need to include that also. The 14-day notice will occur, but the current code doesn't require, if your intent is to notice it the way it was noticed originally, you'd need to say that you want a sign put on the property.
I thought Ludma required sign on the land. I was reading that today.
For the initial application.
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
that's correct, council member. So it would be, if you want the sign, you need to say the sign, and then you want the public hearing notice, which is 14 days, et cetera, et cetera.
Do you want to amend your motion, Councilmember Bat?
Yes, thank you, Chair Whitelock. I would like to amend the motion to include noticing with signage on the property, the updated date and time of the new public hearing. And if possible, put one on 4800 West and 9000 South that are bigger.
There you go.
We only have one size sign. Well, glue two of them together.
We're
Okay.
thinking
No,
billboards here.
thank you. to include two signs, one on 4800 West, one on 9000 South.
Make it big enough to violate the city sign.
Exactly.
Okay. We have a motion on the table by Councilmember Pat. The amendment has been seconded by Councilmember Jacob. Cindy, have you got the motion? Would you please read it so that everybody is clear as to what we're voting on? I don't want any.
Okay, I show that David Pack amended the motion to include noticing with signage on the property, or when it comes back to the council. Okay, wait, let me do this again. I'll go back up here.
Just read the whole motion that you're going to type up.
Okay, hang on. Okay, so Zach Jacob moved to table the ordinance no later than September 30th. Then we had this new motion, the substitute motion, to add that it will be noticed as a public hearing for more transparency when it comes back. And now we're also saying that we want, with that noticing, signage on the property with two signs on 4800 West and 90th South. Is that correct?
That is correct.
With, so that was David Pack that amended it and Zach Jacob that seconded it.
And yeah, and there'll be a public hearing if you got that part.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay,
Does that sound
go
right?
ahead.
Just to clarify, thank you,
Okay.
because it could be interpreted that there needs to be two signs on 4800 West and two signs on
Oh.
9000 South. I would just one of each.
I did, yeah, I do have signage on property with new public hearing noticed on 4800 West and 90th South.
Thank you.
Is that okay? Okay, did I get it?
Okay, yes.
Okay,
Now
great.
can we have a roll call vote?
Yes,
Thank you.
you're welcome. Chair Whitelock,
No.
Councilmember Worthen,
Yes.
Councilmember Pack,
Yes.
Councilmember Jacob,
Yes.
Councilmember McConaughey,
Aye.
Councilmember Bloom,
Yes.
and Vice Chair Green.
No.
Okay, that motion passes 5-2. Thank you.
Thank you. If you're here for this item and you want to leave, feel free. It's late. I get it. And to
I see some
Mr.
Lights on. I'm wondering if we're gonna want somebody to take a recess.
Well, can we just, we have Mr. Ortega who has been waiting. I think this will be quick. And they've been waiting here a long time. So can we hold off until then? Is that okay?
We should have done that first.
All right,
didn't know
Councilmember
that.
McConaughey.
I did have one comment I was trying to make to the last motion, which is that when we finally got to the motion, it was worth noting that the request for council action anticipated that it would be a 15-minute presentation with 10 minutes for the council. Just saying, 25 minutes total is. But I very much agree with the idea of pushing forward as soon as we can get some of the noise down from the room because they have been waiting very long. Thank you.
All right, our next public hearing is to consider ordinance number 22-29, a petition by Ephraim Ortega for a future land use map amendment of 0.39 acres property from parks and open lands to professional office space and rezone from an R18A zone to professional office zone for the property located at 1875 West and 7800 South. I do want to point out that there is an alternate motion that includes two other properties that's being suggested by staff. Mr. Ortega. Please convey my apologies for how long he's had to be here.
Ella se está disculpando con ustedes porque han tenido que esperar tanto. Okay. Well, good afternoon or good night. My name is Gloria Boucher. I'll be interpreting for Mr. Ephraim Ortega. And if I understand this correctly, this property, he's wanting to rezone it so he can do some offices in the property. And it's my understanding that the properties around this residential home right now, they're also offices of insurance agents or any type, rental for offices. So that's all he's wanting to do, having this rezone to do that. I'm not sure what staff is proposing, but Larry can come up and present that. So, señor Ortega, ¿algo que usted quiera decir?
No.
No?
está bien.
That's fine. Okay, so I just related to you guys what he's wanting to do with his property, and he's fine with me relating that. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Larry.
So can you go to the map, Alan? This will be, so Mr. Ortega's property is right. This is right north and kind of east of the current Veterans Memorial Park. You can see there's a Zions Bank, and then it used to be a mortuary when I was a kid. Now it's a church. And then there's an insurance office, Mr. Ortega's property, and then another single family dwelling. Mr. Ortega wants to rezone his property to R18. My alternative motion, and I think, is this the only slide we've got? Okay, so you can see the land use map right now is all parks. Quickly, those three properties from the church to the west, I would propose that the city council change the future land use map on all of those to professional office, but not change the farthest west property. No, don't change the zoning on that, because that could have property tax implications on a private property. And they may not want their property rezoned to professional office. I believe it's fine to change the land use map to professional office in the event that they want to convert that to an office sometime in the future. So all three, from the church, the insurance office, and the Mr. Ortega's property would all be consistent professional office. As you can see across the street, there's two other insurance offices. So that's the alternative motion, is for the future land use map.
Thank you. Are there any clarifying questions by the council? Seeing none, I'll take it to the public for the public hearing. If you're in the audience to speak to this, please come forward to the lectern. If you're online, please indicate that you'd like to speak by raising your hand. If you're joining us by telephone, please push *9. Seeing no, Andrew, go ahead and unmute yourself and feel free to speak. You'll have 3 minutes. Please give your first, last name, and your city of residence.
Yes, this is Andrew Rojas. I'm raising my hand because I think you mentioned the property we own, which is, I don't know if you can pull it back up, that land use map.
Alan, will you pull that up, please?
So there on the dashed red square, is that, I think we're right next to that one to the west. That's we just recently purchased a property. It's 1897 west, 7800 south. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, we do. We also want it to be, I think it's going to be, we haven't done the application yet, but we want it to also be professional office use. We want to convert it to a salon and have a conditional permit.
Sir, that is what staff is recommending tonight for the future land use map. So.
Yeah. So okay. So I just wanted to, I guess, support that, because we want to also convert ours to, to business use. So.
Okay.
And that's pretty much it. That's all.
All right. Thank you for letting us know.
Thanks.
Is there anyone else that wishes to speak to this motion? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to the council for discussion. Councilmember McConaughey.
Thank you, Chair. So a little bit of clarification with the alternative motion that was recommended by staff. That's just changing the future land use map for the other properties. They'll still have to go through the application process to change the actual zoning. It just saves them a little bit of a headache and lets us clean up the map while we're at it. Okay. And
I didn't hear that. What did he say? Sorry, I needed to hear the reply.
Can you please go to the mic, Larry?
He confirmed they would need to request a rezone.
Okay, thank you.
So I don't see any other lights. So I would like to offer a motion, but if I just simply say move to approve resolution or move to approve ordinance 22-29, is that going to catch the other properties as well? How would you like me to word it? Because it gives. Mr. Gardner, could you come to the lectern and provide the verbiage for a recommended motion that I could say, yes, that is my motion?
Let me get to the right staff report here.
Yeah, next time around, it would be helpful to have this right below the other main proposed motion.
I know.
Yeah, tricky.
So ordinance 2229, Councilmember Kane is correct because it rezones Mr. Ortega's property 0.39 acres to R18, and then the amendment follows the recommendation of the general plan to change the future land use map on all three of those properties, or 0.82 acres to professional office, from parks and open lands to professional office.
So if I just say move to approve ordinance 22-29, that doesn't
Yes.
necessarily include the amendment.
It does. It is
Okay.
right in the ordinance.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Move to approve ordinance 22-29.
Second. We have a motion to approve ordinance 22-29 by Councilmember McConaughey, a second by Councilmember Worthen. Discussion to the motion, Mr. Green.
Rob, I just have one question because it's 10:30 at night. Can we do both the general land use amendment or the future land use amendment and the rezone in the same ordinance? We've done that in the past, haven't we? Okay, then I'm good with that.
Yes.
Cindy, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Pack,
Yes.
Chair Whitelock,
Yes.
Councilmember Bloom,
Yes.
Councilmember McConaughey,
Aye.
Vice Chair Green,
Yes.
Councilmember Worthen,
Yes.
Councilmember Jacob.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passes 7-0.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you very much.
All right. We have a few more items. Does anyone need a break?
I'm gonna move that we take a break.
Okay, a 5-minute break? How long?
Yeah, I'm gonna say 5.
Okay.
I'll second.
We have a motion to take a recess for 5 minutes by Councilmember Green, a second by Councilmember Jacob. All in favor? Any opposed? Is there a no? Were you a no? Okay, that passes 7-0. But so now we did it for all three properties, right?
Just land and zone.
So we made that move so that guy that came in and bought the property, all he's got to do is apply it to rezone. He doesn't have to apply for future. So Rob, how the hell do we convince Ryan Wilkinson that FAA is the sole supremacy of airport noise and that Salt Lake County
I'd like to reconvene our meeting. Next up on our agenda is resolution number 22023 for the proposed transfer of enterprise funds per Utah Code 106135. Is there anything from staff?
Yes, thank you. Wanted to just cover this transfer from the enterprise funds. It's based on the Utah State Code, section 10-6-135. And so it does require certain noticing requirements, which we have fulfilled. We're at step number 4 of that right now to hold a public hearing, but it was indeed noticed and identifying this transfer that will happen in the upcoming budget year. The public hearing requirements also state that the public hearing must be separate and independent, that we explain the intended transfer and provide accounting data to the public in that public hearing, and then allowing the public to comment. If you'll go to the next one, Ellen. So some people will ask.
Give me just 1 second. I'll
Sure.
Come on, Alan, get your act together. It's not a long night.
It's been a long night, right? Mhm.
Because I gotta do this. Nope.
Mr. Music? Are we almost there?
Slideshow. There we go. Oh, hang on. Where's my share screen?
Do we want to amend our agenda and go to future?
We've lost our screen share.
Carry the meeting over till Thursday.
Well, I figured we could get consent items out of the way really quick.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So the question often is this transfer for the enterprise funds the same thing as a tax? And it essentially is the same as a franchise tax, which is the same on any other utility that we pay. So for example, if you have a Rocky Mountain Power account or your Dominion Energy gas bill, you pay a 6% franchise tax on those utilities. And it allows those utility companies to put their service delivery infrastructure into West Jordan City's right of way. The city owns the roads and the right of way. They're maintained with general fund money. Power lines are installed in the city's right of way. So if the power company needs to do any sort of repair, that compromises the integrity of the city's infrastructure. So this is essentially requiring that 6% of whatever is sold through that power line or that gas line is to be paid to the city as a franchise fee for using the city land to deliver those services. So it's basically renting that city space for those utilities. This proposed transfer from the utility funds is essentially the same thing. The city public utilities, the water, sewer, solid waste, stormwater, streetlights are considered enterprises or businesses just like the other utility companies. So for the water fund to put the water lines in the city right away, the city charges a 5% transfer from that water fund to the general fund for that same thing as a franchise tax. Go ahead to the next slide. Another question that often comes up is, will this transfer happen every year? Yes, the state code allows the city to do this every year. It's a more equitable and progressive revenue source than property tax. It's charged to the utility funds, and the fund's revenue source comes from the customers actually using those utilities. So it's based on consumption of something rather than ownership of something, such the way that property tax is. So if this transfer would be approved at the June 22nd meeting, and if you choose not to approve this transfer at that time, we would need to see an increase in the property tax by an additional 16% on top of the current request to increase property tax in order to keep that balanced budget. Next. This slide here can show you that financial impact. Currently, the budget is proposed with property tax at 16.2 million. The new growth estimates that we've received so far from the county put it at about 600,000 of new growth, which would make the property tax increase part of the budget of 4.2% if you keep that the transfers in from the utility funds. Without the transfers, you can see there that tax increase would need to be up to 20.6%. And then that section on the right breaks out each of those utility funds, what piece of that tax increase would be associated with that fund. The code, the city code for this also outlines the requirements that we're required to provide accounting data for each of the funds to the public. So this is the accounting data for the water fund. It has revenues of 32.6 million and expenses are budgeted at 40.3 million, leaving our reserve balance at 15.5. The transfer piece to the general fund is at 3% from the water fund. And you'll see these on the next slides. Go ahead, Alan. It'll have each of the different utilities. The sewer fund piece, the transfer to the general fund would be 2%. Solid waste would be 5% because it has less capital expenses. So the percentage of its expenses looks higher than the other funds, even though it is the smallest actual dollar amounts. Stormwater is at 3%, and then streetlights, I think, is the final one there. And the transfer to the general fund would be 4% of the streetlight expenses for the upcoming fiscal year. But as you can see, none of the transfers to the general fund exceed the 5% that we estimate for the revenues. They're all less than 5% of total expenses. Part of the city or the state code requires us to specify the difference between transfers out and administrative cost allocations. So you can see here that these transfers out that we just discussed are calculations based on 5% of the revenue that the city receives from each of those utilities. It's the franchise or use tax, just like any other utility would charge a 6% franchise tax that comes to the city, but the city would charge its own utility funds 5%. The estimated cost to all of those utility funds would be the 2.66 million, and that amount contributes approximately 4% of the general revenue funds. So the difference between that and the administrative cost allocations, administrative costs are allocated based on actual costs of those services and time that is spent on city administration and overhead. It includes services such as your time as a council, legal office, the amount of time spent for each of those funds, finance, the IT charges, those sorts of things. And that estimated cost to the funds in total is 5.35 million. Those again are based on actual costs, not on estimates. The next slide will show you how those are broken out among all the different departments. So for example, if you look in the middle section there, utility billing, 100% of utility billing costs are allocated to each of those four funds. It is fully supported by those funds because that's what they spend all of their time doing, and it's equal across water, sewer, solid waste, and storm. Whereas the city attorney's office, just under that, only spends about 25% of its time towards the utilities, with the majority of that going to the water fund. The next slide shows what the total dollar amounts are for each of those funds. So total administration costs and the overhead that is allocated from the water fund is the 2.78 million, or about 6.9% of that utility budget. 306,000 of that amount is for the risk management fund, which covers the insurance and premiums and claims, that sort of thing. The rest of it would be the general fund, general administration, and IT charges. For sewer fund, that's about 3.1% allocated, and 9% for solid waste, and 13.4% for stormwater. So I think that covers the data, the accounting data that is required to be presented to the public, as well as the cost allocations and how that is different from the enterprise fund transfers. But if you have any questions or public comment.
Do you have a clarifying question, Councilmember McConaughey?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Can you explain why we gather this, why we collect this from the solid waste fund?
That's a good question. Solid waste is considered an enterprise fund, just like the water or the sewer fund. Obviously, they have different types of services, but for example, the solid waste is collecting trash, right? Their garbage trucks are driving on the streets, wearing down that city infrastructure. And so just as it would charge, Dominion gas to run underneath the streets, we're charging the solid waste, the similar type of franchise tax for the services that are provided on the city infrastructure.
Do we charge that to anybody else who running underneath kind of makes sense? Like Dominion Energy is similar to Rocky Mountain Power, is similar to Storm Drain, but on the roads, I mean, we have waste management here in the city. Are they charged a fee for running their trucks on our roads, like we're charging our trucks the fee for running on our roads?
I'm not sure exactly that piece of it. I think the state code allows it to happen for any of the enterprise funds because it is structured as such and as a utility that is allowed under the state code.
Thank you.
Of course, as council, it's your decision to make, but in the past, that's what has been done these last few years.
Councilmember Green.
After we get through the public hearing, I'm going to make some comments about that too. So,
okay. Are there any other clarifying questions before we turn it over to the public? If there's anyone from the public that wishes to comment, please come to the lectern, or if you're online, raise your hand.
Mayor's coming up to me.
Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the council. All we're doing, we can give input at this point. We're not voting on it, okay?
Correct.
So.
Let me just,
let me go first.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't know you went first with your name.
I don't usually go first, but I just
Okay.
want to say, I think the road that Councilmember McConaughey is going on, I agree with actually, because I understand the rationale, and I agree that I'm in favor of this fund for those because 24% of our property is non-property tax. But those properties have their own solid waste. So to me, the solid waste one, we're not recouping any of what I think we're doing with this. So I would be happy to hear recommendations that maybe we, get rid of that one. All right, Councilmember Green.
My recommendation was to get rid of that one. The reason, and here's the reason why. And I think Councilmember McConaughey makes a good point.
I think we're to 3 now.
The fact of the matter is that if we use the argument that this is for infrastructure rental, and we're only charging it for the garbage trucks that go down west, Amazon does more damage to our streets than and FedEx and than our garbage trucks. I'm not saying bad things about Amazon. I say they drive down our roads. Here's the problem that I have with the tax itself. And I'm going to say that's a tax. And Kaylee and Councilmember White Chair what alludes to this. Council Chair Whitelock It's getting late. But here, she alluded to this. If this were in the property tax, this would actually be spread out over a greater number of people. What happens with the garbage tax is the people that we normally go at, the people that we use the enterprise fund for to help collect money from the non-tax, the tax exempt groups, right? And the idea is to tax them so that they help pay for part of the services and all those other kind of things and rent for. But the problem is, how many HOAs in the city have their own garbage collection? How many apartments in the city have their own garbage collection? How many businesses, churches, for IHC, all of those other people have their own garbage and they're not paying this tax. And so the subset is actually a smaller subset that's bearing the burden than if we put this on the property tax. And so I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'd actually like to see the property tax number actually go up a little bit higher to cover the 300K to get a broader perspective, because maybe before next, Denise and Becky, you can help us with a little bit of analysis to say the average, this is what the 300K costs us for, or cost the house, the resident who's paying garbage, how much that costs, as opposed to if we spread that 300K or 325K over all the property owners that pay taxes and actually see the numbers that to help us decide that.
That's a fair question, and I'm sure Denise would know that off the top of her head, right? But I would be happy to find that out and get back to you.
I don't want to make the property tax bill higher, but on the other hand, I think that it's more. I actually, when Alan brought the slide up that says, "Is this just a tax?" It was so late that I read, "Is this a just tax?" And it was like, no. So it's getting late, but I would like to look at, if we're going to have that kind of a tax, let's make it more broad-based and let's make it more fair. And maybe that calculation can help us.
Councilmember McConaughey.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to point out that I hadn't made any points. I was just asking questions earlier. But I'm not a fan of the transfer, and certainly not for solid waste. It just doesn't seem fair to only be charging West Jordan residents who are using our roads and not everybody else who's using the roads. On a bigger scale, I still don't like the transfer at all. I would prefer that it just be on property tax, because is this a tax? Well, no, it's not. It's a fee, which means when I do my taxes, I can't deduct this. So I don't get to tell the federal government, don't tax me on what I'm paying over here. I end up having to pay twice, once as a fee and once as a tax. So unfortunately, it's not a tax. I wish it were. There's the argument that I know I still see things a little differently here, but there are many properties within the city, was it 24%, 25% that are non-taxable? Well, perhaps we need to work with the legislature to change that. If they're not taxable, I don't like the idea of trying to find ways to get money out of them. When we have like the school district properties, it's just tax that now has to come through another entity before it gets to us. Same thing with the airport. Now there are some like religious institutions that may not be paying anything at all, but I would prefer we work with the state legislature to figure out how to get them to, well, even that, helping them pay into it. We're going through the utilities, and the utilities are supposed to be paying for themselves. And I don't understand why we're dipping into money that's being collected under the name of the utility to transfer into the general fund. We're already able to say, built into the fee or the admin expenses. I really don't see the need for the transfer. I wish we would just do property tax. It really does not make sense to me. So I'm opposed this year as well. But thank you for at least hearing me out on the solid waste portion of that. Thank you.
Councilmember Jacob.
Yeah, I had a similar question on the solid waste as to what the drain on the system was that those who were not otherwise paying taxes are draining. And what is that impact that they're having on the solid waste fund when they don't use the solid waste service? That's an important distinction, I think, that the solid waste one. I'm not saying that there's none. I'm just saying that it's not as high as the water fund, so it probably shouldn't be the same percentage. You know, I'm not saying there might be some. I don't know if there is or not, but it shouldn't be the same percentage. There's been some good points brought up. I've voted against this and I voted for this in the last 2 years, so I'm not sure what I'm thinking. But what Councilmember McConaughey just said is what I said 2 years ago when I was opposed to this. Was if these are tax exempt properties, why are we finding creative ways to tax them? They're tax exempt because the legislature finds a societal value in having churches or schools or, you know, whatever it might be. There's a societal value that is greater than the amount of money you get back in taxes. So there's a reason why those are tax exempt. You know, institutions. So why are we trying to find a creative way to tax them? That said, a 16% property tax increase is not in my like things I want to vote for either. So I'm not sure what the right answer is here. So anyway.
Well, luckily you
Since
don't
we're
have
not
to make
voting
that
tonight,
decision
right,
tonight.
Exactly.
Councilmember Pack.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, it's a conundrum because it seems that transfers from enterprise funds aren't palatable to, well, let's say residents, as Chad Lamb and others have mentioned tonight. Is it a fee? Is it a tax? Seems that a high property tax increase isn't palatable to elected officials or to the citizens that they represent, but yet you don't want the transfer that smacks of a tax. Great point that you can deduct that. I remember you making that point previously, Councilmember McConaughey. I think it's just the largesse, 16% just for this. But as has been noted, we didn't know what the revenue situation would be with COVID hitting. But we don't want to lose where those funds would go either. So it does seem to be cleaner to just have a property tax increase, although that's a tough pill to swallow when you're proposing to residents, well, we're going to raise it how much? So it's hard because they don't want you to transfer it. I haven't really heard a lot of favoritism and people in favor of transferring it from fees, but they certainly don't want the property tax increase. But it would be cleaner to just do it through property tax. Thank you.
Councilmember McConaughey.
Thank you, Chair. The only thing that I would add is while there would be a property tax increase to help make up for the revenue, there would also be a decrease a decrease in the utility bill because you wouldn't be collecting it from there. A lot of it comes down to communication. So it's not like utility bill is going to stay exactly the same and then property tax jumps up by 16% of the city's portion. That's the other thing. When it's communicated, 16% sounds big, but it's 16% of the city's portion of property tax, not the whole thing. And there's a lot that can be done to help clarify. And if we were to try and remove that and adjust the revenue so it was all from property tax, there's some, I mean, even here's we're talking to the council, and as the slides were presented, no indication that there would be a decrease anywhere else. Just 16% increase in property tax, nothing about a corresponding decrease in the utility bill. So just an observation.
Councilmember Jacob.
Thank you. What I would propose maybe, because like I said, 16% property tax increases, even with offsetting utility rate decreases, is still a tough pill to swallow. I would propose maybe a phased out over 2 years, over 3 years. Phase this out, adjust the planned increases to water rate or to utility rates accordingly and have that be a point where you meet. I'm just not in favor of big wholesale changes that like make big impacts all at once. I like phasing things. I think I made that probably pretty clear over the last 6 years. Yeah, me and Star Trek. Set the phaser to stun, not to kill. That's why I'm the phaser.
Councilmember Bloom.
Quick question, and it's probably because it's so late. First off, I concur, Councilmember McConaughey, but is this 16 on top of what we're already proposing, or is this 16 in addition to what we're already proposing on property tax?
It would be in addition to that 4.2 estimated. So it would be close to 20%.
Okay.
Ms. Steck has shared some numbers with Mr. Anderson. Mr. Anderson, what did she share?
All right, so just let me get the slide up here and I can help with the numbers that she just texted to me because Becky's up there presenting. So if you decide to, there's a couple choices. If you decide to not do the utility fund transfer on the solid waste, which is $325,950, that would mean that your proposed tax increase right now is 4.2%. It would go up 2%, so it'd be 6.2%. Or the other option is to increase the transfer on the other three utilities approximately to 6% instead of the 5% to make that up. If you choose to not do the utility fund transfer, you would need to take the 4.2% current proposed tax increase and add 16.4% to that, which is where you get the 20.6%. Then that would be just one time. So if you propose to do a truth in taxation of 20.6%, then you cannot do the utility fund transfer ongoing. But those are choices that you'll have to make. You can't just not do the utility fund transfer and have a balanced budget.
Right. Okay. All right. I see no further lights on that one. So let's move along. Business item. Consider resolution number 22-014, adopting the City of West Jordan Drought Management Plan.
Okay. Thank you for letting me be here. West Jordan Code 963. States that the City Council shall adopt by resolution drought management plan, setting forth the purpose of the plan, the drought response levels, and mitigation measures that can be implemented at each drought response level. Our original plan the city adopted was done in 2001. Today, we're trying to update that. We brought this updated to the council in a workshop in December 1st of 2021. Thanks, Alan. And you guys made you gave us some feedback. The first feedback that you gave us was you were concerned how this would affect businesses and some of the severity levels. And you were concerned about how it would affect residents indoors. And so we've tried to remove those conditions that would involve indoor watering. And we've also tried to remove as many as we could of the indoor uses for the commercial as well. So there's just a few outdoor commercial watering stuff. We also included changes to as you saw before last time I was here, to the enforcement. So now it's just through Title 16. Do you want to go to a couple or one more after this, Alan? Here are the stages. They match Jordan Valley's now. Stage 1 is a moderate, stage 2 is severe, stage 3 is extreme, stage 4 is critical. The responses, what we do are in the handout. And while the city council or the mayor can say what stage we're in, it really comes from Jordan Valley. They first adopt a stage and let us know, and then we'll come to you guys and let you know. Want to go to the next one? Are there any questions you have about the response levels or about the mitigation or about this new drought management plan?
Councilmember McConaughey.
Thank you, Chair. No questions. I do have a motion ready.
Does anyone have anything? anything they want to state before we have the motion? Okay, go ahead, Councilmember McConaughey.
Move to approve resolution 22-014.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember McConaughey and a second by Councilmember Worthen to adopt resolution number 22-014. Cindy, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember McConaughey,
Aye.
Councilmember Jacob,
Sure.
Chair Whitelock,
Yes.
Vice Chair Green,
Yes.
Councilmember Bloom,
Yes.
Councilmember Pack,
Yes.
Councilmember Worthen.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Next is a reconsideration of an update to ordinance number. Yes, Councilmember
I did have a
McConaughey.
comment I wanted to make to that last motion. If
Go ahead.
that's okay. Now that it's gone, my sense of humor is not as dry as the mayor's. Oh, well, anyway. Even though it went through pretty quick and didn't have much conversation, I really appreciate the work that staff did on that. There was a lot of work that went into that earlier. I hope we don't have to use it, but I am very glad we have it in place and I'm comfortable with the measures that have been put out there. I'm sure we'll need to modify and adjust it as we go, but nice to have that as a backstop. But just want to say thank you for staff and hope that the speed with which the motion was made didn't detract from the effort that they put in. It's very appreciated. That's all I want to say. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Ordinance number 22-21. Larry?
All right, thank you, council, for reconsidering this.
It's not midnight, Brian. Why are you leaving?
So reconsideration of this amendment to the accessory dwelling unit ordinance. And so, yeah, no, this is your favorite topic. And so, so the changes we received at the last meeting, Duncan and I have worked on this and we feel like we've understood what the council wanted and we've substituted, there's some changes. Property owner's been changed to owner of record, and then it's also changed the ordinance that'll be subject to provisions of Utah Code 10-9A 530. As the state continually tends to update their codes every year. So the owner of record can either, they need to maintain a business license if they're going to rent either the home or the accessory dwelling unit. They can live in either one. They just need to maintain a rental license. And the owner of record, if they do not occupy the property, they can rent the entire property, or they can rent one of the, help me on this, Duncan, they can rent the primary dwelling unit or the accessory dwelling unit as one single unit, or rent only one of the two units, but not rent both of them. So they need to live on the property. I think that addressed Councilman McConaughey's concern of a few weeks ago. And none of the rest of the ordinance will change, none of the parking provision or any of the other building code requirements. It's just clarifying that the owner record should live on site. So,
Councilmember Jacob?
Quick question, clarifying question. If they can rent one or the other, if they don't live there, that would presuppose that the other one remains empty. But is it considered renting if they allow somebody to live there rent free? So in other words,
we talked a lot about rent tonight. We had an economic definition of rent, and so
I'm talking about the musical rent.
So I'd say if they're not charging rent, then they're rent free.
They're
not
renting
renting it. Yeah.
So in other words, if they have a family member, say like a kid who comes home from college, needs a place to stay,
Family members
they can
are
let them live
exempt.
there.
Family members can live there under our definition.
Or a friend who comes home from college and they just say, hey, I've got a place you can stay for a couple months while you're getting under your.
We don't, I don't know how we would ever administer that or enforce it.
I don't know how we're going to administer or enforce any of this.
Some of it we can, because there are people that have converted their basements into accessory dwelling units. There are people who ask permission and get
Yeah,
the
and
license.
the ones that
and
come
then-
through and
But then there are
are
those who
we,
don't.
is that enforcement? I don't think, I wouldn't call that we're enforcing it when they voluntarily come and apply. Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Pack.
Thank you. I was wondering on two items. So will an accessory dwelling unit owner of record have to go through the good landlord training process? And what if the owner of record is a company, a corporation, an LLC instead of a person?
I don't have an answer to that because that'd be a business license question. I think that they can, and they get a discount on their yearly business license. So yes, I believe they can, but that's not in the zoning ordinance. That's a business license regulation. So
Right. Are we really doing anything with the good landlord program
Yeah,
still? Because I
still
never get any, I mean, I went through it, gosh, 15 years ago. I just never get any notice of renewal or any information.
It's in the code. I can't give you, I don't know to what extent it's being administered, but it's still in the city code.
And I think Councilor Pack, as you're aware, if you went through that class, then you were given a discount on your yearly business license. I think that's, you may not be renting property anymore, so, but that would apply every year as long as you had continued the good landlord provisions, so.
But we don't pay for any licensing now. So what's the incentive?
You do pay for a business license, so.
If you're not,
Well, I pay the annual fee,
Yeah.
but then there was a fee on top of that. Or, yeah. Yeah, it was like $200 if you didn't go through it, but like $7 if you did. So, yeah, thank you.
That's not what I'm checking.
Councilmember Green.
I was gonna say, it's pretty hard to have a company owner occupy a house. If it's owned by a company, it's probably an investment piece of property, and most people put their houses in a trust. And a trust, I believe a trust would be considered owner occupied. LLC, I think that's a little bit, but if it was an LLC and it's a member of the LLC, I don't see any problems with that. But if it's a church, or, if it's a corporation, then there may be some finer stuff there, but I'm not going down that road.
Okay. Does anyone want to make a motion?
I'll move to approve ordinance number 21-22, amending section 13(5)(b)(8). And Cindy, you can just copy the rest into the motion. 22-21. Just copy the motion off of the
I'll
slide.
second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Green and a second by Councilmember Worthen to approve ordinance number 22-21. Cindy, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Worthen.
Yes.
Councilmember McConaughey.
Oh.
Vice Chair Green.
Yes.
Councilmember Pack.
Yes.
Councilmember Jacob.
No.
Okay. Chair Whitelock.
Yes.
Councilmember Bloom.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passes 6-1.
Great. Now we have consent items. I'm looking for a motion.
Move to approve minutes from May 25th, council meetings.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Green, a second by Councilmember
No,
McConaughey.
the other way around.
We have a motion by Councilmember McConaughey, a second by Councilmember Green. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes 7-1. 7-0. Oof, it is late.
Math's good tonight.
Would anybody be terribly upset if we passed on council comments and council report tonight?
I'll move to adjourn.
I'll second.
That's a non-debatable motion. We have a motion by Councilmember Green, a second by Councilmember Jacob to adjourn. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Okay.
Okay, we need a roll call vote. Cindy?
Councilmember McConaughey.
Nay.
Vice Chair Green,
Yes.
Chair Whitelock.
No.
Okay, Councilmember Bloom,
Yes.
Councilmember Pack,
No.
Councilmember Worthen,
Yes.
and Councilmember Jacob.
What? Yes.
Okay, that motion passes 4-3.
So does that
We
pass?
stand adjourned.
Okay,
Okay.
we're adjourned.
I'm just gonna say this professionally, if y'all get a chance to go out